Test, test, test. There you go. Nice. Ah, fuck. What the hell? Come on, man. Camlink 4K. Bro, please, no. What the fuck, man? Dude, finally my fucking shit. Yeah, I just had a little bit of technical difficulties because I'm trying to fix my shit up, and my Mac was getting very, very slow. Super, super, super slow. And I think I fixed it. So I think I'm good. At least right now. Would this reach? Let me see. Let me check something real quick. Gotta mess with my audio too. Alright, there you go. Solid. Alright, yeah, this thing's actually really lit. Okay. Here is a bit of a recap. What the fuck? What's going on with the main thing, man? Oh. What the What happened, man? What's going on? Dude, OBS is being so dumb right now. For some reason, it's bugging out right now. Dude, what? Remove? Oh, that's why. Yeah, because this one's being weird. There you go. Screen share. There you go. Good shit. Now everything's solid. Okay, this should be good now. Yeah, because now it's not going to be running like absolute freaking donkey shit. There you go, now I'm live again. Testing. I'm watching my own stream right now. Okay, looks good. Cool. Got my stream working well. Yeah, just waiting to get more of my stuff sort of pushed through, so that then I'll actually have qualified stuff. Yeah, this thing's getting a little bit hot, but now it's kind of out in the open and on its own now. My little Mac Mini, so I think it'll run well because it's not even using that much CPU. It's just getting really fucking hot because I'm probably doing a bunch of other shit. Maybe let's monitor and see what's up with this thing. Where's it at? Let me check activity monitors, see where my stuff's at. See how harsh, how hard I'm hitting this motherfucker. You know what I mean? So OBS Studio's the top one. System, user, CPU load. Okay, I'm not going crazy. I'm only using like 13 gigs for my for the rest of this. OBS is using the most. How do I stop? Yeah. How do I shut off Creative Cloud? Because that thing's just been running, bro. Quit the core services of the Creative Cloud? Yeah, because dude, the Creative Cloud is taking so many resources, bro. What the hell? There you go, finally, dude. Yeah, just trying to make sure that my resources aren't getting ate up too hard. For like anything. Okay, so it's slowly churning out. Going through all of the items that it needs to. Uh-oh, I think I might have a little bit of screen burn in. I see it on my thing. Sort of whatever, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think I'm gonna just watch the Self-Transcendence right now. Just to let this wait. Watch it for about an hour. Gonna fit it to my screen real quick. There we go. Solid. Let me grab my chair real quick. Time for y'all to freaking see this. See this shit. Yeah, I feel like this is too low. All right.
So just because it doesn't happen doesn't mean that it's not part of reality, you know? It's like, you know, it's kind of like if you, let's say you were going to have a child and, you know, tragically your wife miscarried, which would be awful. Like, and it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Like, just because the baby wasn't born doesn't mean it wasn't real and didn't exist in your mind as a child, right? You know, a lot of mothers, after they go through this, it's kind of like they've had they've had the child, but it's still part of them and part of their reality, but it's just not there because obviously it passed away, which is terrible, but you get my point. And tangible past reality could be like, what did Drake music used to sound like? What does it sound like now? And what could it sound like in the future? So I could ask you, if you were a massive Drake fan, I could be like, hey, can you draw up a potential future Drake song for me and what you think his music could sound like in a year? And you could close your eyes and maybe think of what a Drake song could sound like. Now, it's unlikely that that is actually what it's going to sound like, but my point is that you could comprehend it. And for a second, it could be real to you. Just because it doesn't manifest doesn't mean it's not real, at least not to you subjectively. And it will become clearer as to what that means shortly here. Because really, you know, what is true objectively is only the present and the past, because the future hasn't happened yet, so it's not, you know, it's not real. But my point is that you can make something feel real by imagining it. And, you know, another example, pretty interesting trend recently, tangible past reality. What did Mark Zuckerberg used to look like? You know, you can close your eyes and you probably have an image of what Mark Zuckerberg used to look like. You know, you can close them and picture it. And therefore, you can observe the past in tangible form. You can't, you know, you could obviously go and like look up a picture of him or something, but you can do it with your imagination as well. And tangible present reality, which is what Mark Zuckerberg looks like now. So you can, you know, you can literally just go and like observe. You could probably go to, well, I wouldn't advise you do this. It probably wouldn't be worth your time, but you could go to Facebook's offices and, you know, sit down with the Zuck and see what he looked like and be like, oh, that's what Mark Zuckerberg looks like, right? But then tangible future reality, what you could do in your imagination is you could imagine what Mark Zuckerberg would look like in the future. So, you know, let's say that you were like, tomorrow I'm going to punch Mark Zuckerberg, which I would not advise that you do, because you'd probably get in a lot of trouble. But let's say that you were going to do that, then what you could do in your mind is you could imagine Mark Zuckerberg with a black eye and say that's what he's going to look like after I've punched him. And then you could, in theory, go and punch him and give him a black eye, which means that you observe the future and then it came true because of your behavior, right? So, you know, it can be real in your mind before it's real in reality. And the only way that that happens is if you can discern the cause and effect relationships between what you have to do to make something happen. So, you know, if you think about the future with me for a second here, like think about your goal and what you want, which could be like, let's say you want to make 10K a month, $10,000 a month, right? Well, what I can tell you is $10,000 a month is something that you can perceive in the future. It's not necessarily, well, you could perceive it as tangible, I suppose, because you could see it in your bank account, right? But $10,000 a month is like, there are things that you can do, there are behaviors that you can take that will actually make that happen and force that to manifest. And if that wasn't true, then no one would be able to do it. But a lot of people have done it and do it and can do it. And therefore, like in the same way that if you wanted to give Mark Zuckerberg a black eye, all you'd have to do is punch him. If you want to make 10K a month, all you've got to do is the things that help you make 10K a month. And it really is that simple. If you can perceive it and it's within the laws of nature and, you know, God or the universe gives you the gift of life and enough time to accomplish it, then you can do it. Which is, people just don't get this. Like anything that you comprehend that is within the laws of physics and nature, you can be done. The only variable is time and how much time it takes you to do it. Because if you want to make 10K a month and, you know, you die in the next 3 months, then you're not going to make it. So as long as you've got the time and the goal is, you know, within, like, is realistic and can actually be achieved, then you can do it. And it's like, you know, what you probably can't do is, you know, is send a man, you know, to the edge of the universe in a wetsuit with no spaceship. Because the laws of thermodynamics and gravity and pressure, like, they don't allow you to do that. Like, there are rules and laws that we have to play by. So there are things that you can think of and you could conjure up in your imagination that just will never happen. They can still be, like, kind of real. You can still kind of think of them and they can still be a component of reality in that sense. But in terms of, like, what actually objectively, truly, properly can manifest, it's just, as long as it's within the laws of nature and physics and you have enough time, anything can be done. It's like Elon Musk wanting to put a man on Mars. Like, it's possible. Like, you know, the engineering and stuff is likely to be there. So, you know, all we need is enough time to just figure it out and get it done. And the real constraint is just time, right? And this is kind of the cool thing about being a human is we can, like, you can do anything you want as long as it's, you know, you have the time and it's within the laws of nature. Like, let's say, for example, that you're 70 years old and, you know, you want, let's say that you want to build $1 billion software company. Well, you know, okay, a better example. Let's say that you're 70 years old and you only have 2 months left to live. You know, God help you, right? Well, if your goal is to, you know, become a billionaire and right now you have $0, then that's not going to happen because it takes a lot of time to become a billionaire. Trust me, I'm trying. It takes a lot of time, right? And so, you know, you kind of need to be realistic with your goals, but if you just want to become financially free and make some money, like, that is a tangible future reality, my friend, that really can happen. And all you've got to do is pay attention. So anyway, moving on. So remember, the gateway to observe the tangible past or future is the present. So if you wanted to experience what color your bedroom walls used to be, you would use your memory, or you'd look at a picture, and you'd do that in the present. And if you wanted to experience what the color of your walls could look like in the future, then you'd use your imagination. Once again, you do this through the present. Same thing with the Drake music. If you wanted to experience what Drake music used to sound like, or could sound like, then you would use your imagination and you'd be doing it in the present. Because you can't exist in the future and you can't exist in the past. You really, like, trust me, you can't. Like, you know, when you're on your phone and you're looking through your camera roll and you're looking through past photos or videos, like, it might feel like you're experiencing the past, which you kind of are, but you're very much in the present because you're seeing those photos in the here and now. And the same thing is true for the, you know, when you're making assumptions or judgments about the future. And if you wanted to experience what Zuck used to look like, then you could visit old photos on the internet or use your memory, both of which you'd be doing in the present. And if you wanted to experience what he could look like in the future, then you'd use your imagination once again in the present. So the key here is to understand that the whole thing is in the present. Everything happens in the present moment. And, you know, it's no different from watching a movie and all these, like, your life is just all these little frames, these little screenshots strung together. And all the screenshots that have happened exist in the past. And you can go and see those screenshots by looking at photos or history or your memory. And all the screenshots that are going to happen, you know, you can't perfectly perceive them and comprehend them and predict the future. That's impossible. But the corner of your reality that you can control is your behavior and your actions, and you can very much control those things. And so, you know, tomorrow you can say, tomorrow morning I'm going to do 10 press-ups, and then you can go and do 10 press-ups. Well, you can't control the future, and you can't possibly, you know, comprehend what's going to happen on a macro scale, but you can decide to make your bed and actually do it. And that's kind of the point. Now, the other 3 dimensions that we discuss are in the intangible category. So whilst we can perceive reality in the tangible form, we can also do it in the intangible form. So we have the intangible past, the intangible present, and the intangible future. So this is what was, so the past, but in abstract form. So once again, remember, the intangible reality are the things that we cannot perceive. So for example, let's take like democracy. So, you know, we have the intangible past reality, which is what democracy was. So we could go and read about ancient Greece and learn about their democratic system and how that worked and how women weren't allowed to vote and it was, you know, elected and stuff. But then we have the intangible present reality, which is what democracy is now. And then we have intangible future reality, which is what democracy could be in the future. And, you can project your imagination out into the future to imagine how democracy might change. And whilst that might not manifest and actually happen, it's still real because you've imagined it. It's not true. It's not true until it's actually happened, but it's still very much real and part of reality. And this is where we observe an intangible, abstract component of reality with our imagination. So remember, abstract means it can't be touched or sensed, it can only be imagined. So some examples for you. So intangible past reality, intangible present reality, and intangible future reality. So we have what the political state of the USA used to be. Very much a real thing, part of reality, can't be touched or seen because the political state isn't. If you go right now and poke Donald Trump, you're not touching the political state of the USA. You're touching the present of the USA. You're touching a representation of the political state, not the political state itself. It's not something you can touch, right? And then we have the present, which is what it is now, what it could be. Same thing with your mother. So, the relationship you used to have with your mother, the relationship you have now with your mother, or you could have. Another example is your ex. So how angry you used to be at your ex is intangible past reality because this is very much real, it happened, right? So you can go and imagine how angry you used to be at him or her, but, it's not something you can touch or sense, it's just a feeling, right? But then we have how angry you are now and how angry you will be in the future, right? So, we can observe these things across the 3 dimensions of time, which is pretty cool. Same thing again, the gateway to the past or the future is the present. So if you wanted to experience what the political state of the USA used to be, you could read history or use your memory. And if you wanted to experience what it would be or could be, then you'd use your imagination. The same thing is true for your relationship with your mum or how angry you'd be at your ex. Anytime you want to visit the past or the future, we go through the present. So to summarize, here are the 6 dimensions of reality. Most of them you observe with your imagination, but the big one is the tangible present reality, which you observe with your 5 senses, okay? And it gets a bit confusing because, tangible past reality, let's say you're imagining, the burger that you ate for your birthday when you were 18, best burger of your life, you swear, you can re-experience that as a imaginary sensory experience. So you use your imagination to create a sensory experience. It's very much real to you, it's there, you can see it, it's just not happening right now, okay? Now, the next thing is understanding, I've alluded to this a little bit, but I'm going to explain it. Subjective reality. So, here's the thing. There exists a pure state of truth, and this is objective reality. Remember, objective reality, and I should really change this here. Actually, where did I put it? Here we go. So, objective reality is reality unobserved by a human. This is the state of things as they actually exist. Nothing has meaning here. Things just are as they are. Nothing is anything. Nothing is anything. So, in objective reality, $1 million is nothing except $1 million. It's not a lot of money, not a little. In objective reality, a rock isn't sharp or blunt, it's just a rock. Okay? It exists as a rock, and even then, it wouldn't be called a rock because there'd be nothing to name it. I can't explain this without names, it's physically impossible, but, imagine a rock with no human. It wouldn't even be a rock, it wouldn't be called anything. It would just be a collection of atoms. It wouldn't be grey, it wouldn't be small, it wouldn't be by a beach, it wouldn't mean anything. It wouldn't have any meaning at all. It would just be basically a collection of atoms aggregated into a structure. And we came along and we gave it a name, and we gave it meaning, and we gave it relationship to other things. Same thing with an explosion. If an explosion happens, it's not bright or dim, it's not loud or quiet, it's not even called bloody explosion, for God's sake. It's just a chemical or physical, reaction abiding by the laws of physics, projecting out into the universe. It's not real, it's not anything. It's just happening. It's nothing, right? So the cool thing is that we have subjective reality. And so this is where the rubber meets the road. And this is where we can start getting a little bit more practical. And this is where things are going to make a lot of sense. So when you observe objective reality, so when you go up to the structures and, the phenomenon and, the things that happen, and you see them, you create an experience. So, you walk up to this aggregate of atoms that is basically a rock, but you don't know is a rock yet, and you point at that aggregate of atoms and you say, that's a rock. And then you touch the rock and you say, that rock is sharp. And then you look at the rock and you say, that rock is grey, right? You give objective reality meaning by experiencing it. So when you observe objective reality, you create an experience. Okay? It is impossible to make an observation in the past, present, or future, whether intangible or tangible, without creating an experience. Every single millisecond of every single day, for as long as you are conscious and not asleep and not dreaming, you are creating an experience. You're added frame by frame by frame, like the movie. It's the same thing with, like, what is a book? A book is just a collection of linear words put together, that makes sense. It's the same thing with your life. It's just moment after moment after moment, millisecond by millisecond by millisecond, strung together, and all of those milliseconds are individual experiences, right? Here's the cool thing. All experiences are subjective experiences, okay? Now, the term subjective means human, right? And let me explain. A subjective experience is when a component of objective reality, and it's put here, is when a component of objective reality is subjected to your biases, beliefs, and perspectives manifested into your mind. So this is awesome, because what happens is the world exists as it is, with completely, like, it just exists. Doesn't mean anything. Nothing happens, right? It just is, When you observe it, you create a subjective reality, which is like you mirror reality in your mind, and you start giving it meaning and stuff. And the sum of all of your subjective experiences is known as your subjective reality. And this is really, really important to understand with this mindset training. There are two forms of reality: objective reality and subjective reality. Objective reality exists first, and once a human observes it and creates an experience, subjective reality is created. So the objective is the prerequisite for the subjective. Your reality is not objective. You do not see the world for what it is, you see it for who you are, okay? So as you're going through life, and as you're going through, as you're creating these experiences, you have created a reality, right? What is basically what you experience and how the world manifests to you. It's important you understand that this experience of reality, this thing that is called reality that everything about you, everything that happens, everything that has happened, everything that will happen, everything that you perceive and see and imagine and think, your entire reality, basically, the collection of all your experiences that have been, will be, and are being, is yours. It's unique to you. No one else has it the same way. No one. There might be people with similar realities to you that, share similar perspectives in certain ways, like maybe you're a chef and maybe someone else is a chef, so you have the chef reality, but no one has an identical reality. It's like snowflakes. No two are made the same, right? I think that's true. It might not be true, but from the snowflake perspective, maybe it's not true. But the reality thing, very much so, right? And this is cool because you created it. You might not think that you created it. You might not believe and understand that you created it, but the reality that you experience, you've created. Because how else could it bloody exist? All that happened is you were born and you spawned in and became conscious, and you started walking through the world and, imagining through the world and sensing your way through the world blindly. And what started happening is you started making observations and having experiences that have just strung together, and now you have a reality. When you were born, you were a blank slate, but you've made all these observations and you've made all these experiences, and now you believe the world is a certain way. And the interesting thing is there's people out there that believe the world is a completely different way to you because they've had different experiences. The objective, the sort of the nexus of your reality stays the same. So there is a true, objective, pure form of truth that exists. The state of things as they actually... He's real. He's there, right? So by default, pretty much everything that you is truly a reflection of your paradigm and fundamentally what you believe to be true.
I already watched a lot of this. I'm trying to see on where I'm at.
It's as simple as that.
Because I remember I went through the black flower analogy.
And like kind of the way that every person sees a blue flower, your results and what you get. But the thing that's down on your behavior is your paradigm and your belief systems, because you will act them out, okay? And we'll talk about this in a minute. So, let me give you an example. So, let's say that we, once again, like how do paradigms vary? So once again, let's say that we have this flower, right? This black flower. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit for you here, just so you can read this a little bit more. So let's say that this type of flower is highly poisonous for humans to consume if it's black. But if it's any other color, it's safe for humans to consume. Okay? So we've got this black flower. If you eat the flower and it's black, you die. But if you eat it and it's any other color, you're going to be fine. Now, let's say that we have human A and human B. So we have two people with different consciousnesses, different paradigms. And what happens is they both come into contact with the black flower. Okay? Now, here's the thing. Let's say that person A has what we would call a yellow paradigm. And what this means is that when they look, they're kind of colorblind, right? So when they see something that's black, they perceive it as yellow. And let's say that person B has a blue paradigm. So when they perceive what is black, they perceive blue. Okay, the easiest way to see it is like being colorblind, right? So what's going to happen is objectively on the board, there's a black flower. Like the true objective nature of reality and of the world is that this flower is black. But the problem is that these two humans, they have paradigms that are out of alignment with the objective nature of the world, and they're not seeing things accurately. And so what happens here is this person has a yellow paradigm, and this person has a blue paradigm. So this person sees a yellow flower, and this person sees a blue flower. And the problem is because this is what they've observed, because this is what their paradigm informs them of, they become incredibly convinced that what they've observed is true. And so the human accepts the experience as true, and the human accepts the experience as true. So this person thinks that's a yellow flower, and this person thinks it's a blue flower. Even though the flower's black, they're both wrong, but they think they're right. To them, they are right. Okay? So this is the thing is we have two forms of right and wrong. We have subjectively right and wrong, and we have objectively right and wrong, right? And so in person A's mind, he's right, and in person B's mind, he's right, but objectively, they're both wrong. And what happens now is, the human judges the component of the reality using their paradigm. So, if this person, like, the whole point of this story is that the flower's black, and we know that if the flower's black, it's not safe for humans to consume. But what's happened is these people, because they've got faulty paradigms, have perceived a yellow and a blue flower. And so, in their mind, it's safe for this flower to be eaten because they've seen a yellow and a blue one. And so now what they're going to do is they're going to form a judgment-based belief, which is this color of flower is not poisonous because they think they've seen yellow and blue, right? And so what's going to happen is basically, they're going to identify with eating it, like I'm going to eat this flower, and they're both going to die because they've eaten a black flower, but it was actually yellow for A and blue for B. And so they thought they were eating something safe, but the truth is that they weren't. They were eating something unsafe, and they couldn't see that because they were blinded by their paradigms, right? And this is basically kind of the way that everyone operates. And it's a shame to see, like, this is why people are poor. This is why people are out of shape. Any sort of suffering you have in your life that doesn't have to exist because, like, it's in your control. Like, if you've got cancer or something, like, I mean, God help, that's not necessarily because of your paradigm. Well, it could be depending on your behaviors, right? But, if you're broke or out of shape or have a bad relationship or, whatever, it's usually because of your paradigm. Because if there's somebody else on the planet who has an opposite situation to you and a good situation to you, then there's a way to get that done, right? And so these people would die. Because what happens is we act out our beliefs. So if you say, that's a yellow flower, that flower's safe, and I'm going to eat that damn flower, then you're going to eat it. And you're going to die because you actually ate a black flower, but you thought you were eating a yellow one, right? And so the same thing is true in business. Another example here is the blind men and the elephant. Because we do not see the world objectively for what it is, we often misinterpret reality and fail to see the pure truth. This gets us in all sorts of trouble, as demonstrated above. So here we have an example called the blind men and the elephant. So if you take 6 blindfolded men and individually lead them up to different parts of an elephant, they're each going to have a different subjective experience and therefore reality. So, imagine this for a second. Like, You blindfold these 6 dudes, and you put them in the room, and then you bring an elephant in. And then what happens is you tell the people, like, reach out and tell me what you feel. Well, person A over here is going to touch the tusk, and they're going to be like, oh, there's a spear. There's this spear that's sort of moving around slightly. Because he's blindfolded, he can't see the whole thing. He can only see what he immediately feels, right? And then this person down here is like going to think it's a snake. Because this person can just feel the trunk, like the end of the trunk. And like, oh God, I'm feeling a snake. And then this person with the leg is going to be like, oh, it's a tree. And the person with the back is going to think it's a wall. And then we've got this guy, he's going to be feeling the ears flapping back and forth, thinking it's a fan. And the person at the end here thinks it's a rope. He's on the tail. But this is kind of how people make observations throughout life. And this is why, we as humans tend to be really wrong about what we've perceived, is because seldom do we have the opportunity to have what you could call a holistic observation where you see the big picture. You see the whole picture. Because, to this person here who's touching the tusk, this is a spear. Like, their reality is such that this is a spear. That's actually what they think. They don't think it's an elephant. They think it's a spear, right? And, these people afterwards, if you took the elephant out of the room and you took their blindfolds off and you asked all of them to talk about what they saw, these guys would go to war with each other, because we defend our paradigms to the death. Like, your worldview and your identity, you protect that thing literally with your life. And if you don't believe me, well, look at any war or suicide or anything like the reason people die for biological reasons is for identity. It's like, if someone invades your country, it's like, I've got to defend my country. It's like, we do not like being attacked when it comes to worldview and identity. And I know why, and I'm going to explain it in the next video. But yeah, if you've got these guys to like talk about it, like one guy would be like, yeah, that was a rope, guys. The other person's going to be like, what the hell are you talking about? It's a tree. How the hell can you say that's a rope? And then what's going to happen is they're going to start arguing, and then they're going to start fighting, and then like maybe even one of them's going to die about like, no, it's a fan. Oh God. And then we just become incredibly emotionally attached to our observations, which makes sense because you can't blame any of these people. Like, if you're blindfolded led up to an elephant and you touch the tusk, you're going to be like, yeah, that was kind of felt like a blunt spear. And then you're going to defend that because that's literally what you've observed. You don't know any different. So the same thing is true with like people who grow up in poverty or like poor families. Like I didn't grow up in poverty or a poor family, but I grew up in sort of a middle class environment where my dad had a successful financial career, and he had he was a very good father. He took good care of us. He made sure we never went hungry, and we lived in a nice house and stuff. But I was never like rich, right? But he educated me on money and stuff, which was helpful. But my point here is that a lot of people, when they're in poverty and when they grow up poor, or if let's say that you bought a course ages ago and you got scammed, and now you think online money is a scam, like that's like buying one course and being scammed, and then thinking that all other courses are a scam is like going up to an elephant blindfolded, touching its leg and thinking you found a tree, but then becoming adamant that you found a tree. Like, until you've got the full picture, it's tough. And this is the real problem, is a lot of people, we make huge mistakes. Like one observation one time becomes your ultimate reality, and you will now act it out, and it's a real shame. So, another example, right? So if I asked you, like, what does this look like? Okay, so this thing that you can see on the screen in yellow and in blue, what are these? What does this look like to you? What shape do you think you're observing here? What shape do you think objectively exists? Right? You obviously like, it's a circle. You can see a circle, clear as day. That's a circle. It couldn't be anything else. Same thing is true here. Like, what about this? What is this? What shape are you observing here? What's the objective reality here? Well, it's a square. Of course it's a square. Like, you can literally see circle and square. I mean, you could argue like a rectangle or something, but it's a quadrilateral shape and a circle shape, right? Well, the thing is, it's actually neither. Because what this really is like a sort of tube with two different types of reflection. And so when you zoom out and you have some more context, now you can actually make a more objective observation. But a lot of people would just like fight to the death over these two things because they're never going to see the big picture, right? Depending on your point of reference and the availability of information, it's incredibly likely you make a mistake about what you're observing. This is because your paradigm is fundamentally limited to your sensory and imaginary experiences. So, you know, all I'd given you, or the only sensory input you had for this decision was what you saw on the screen here, right? So it's not really your fault that you were wrong, it was just your observation. And we're wrong about stuff all the time, right? And you aren't omnipotent and godlike. Yeah, this might be achieving omniscience, right? But you don't see everything. You're constrained and bound by what you've experienced, and you can't comprehend anything beyond this. And this is why, like, I feel sorry for people that have never been exposed to the right information before, because, you know, like, you're wrong. Like, about, like, all of these assumptions you have, all these judgments, all these identities, all these things, they're wrong. Like, you know, maybe you believe it's hard to make money. Maybe you believe that making money online is impossible. Maybe you believe that getting to 6 figures is not going to happen. Like, these are just, all these are just your beliefs that have been formed and built based off of your experiences. And your experiences, remember, are constrained to your immediate sensory awareness and your imagination. And if you've never experienced wealth before, or knowledge, or information about money, it's not your fault. Now, it is, because your beliefs are your responsibility and your mind is your responsibility, but you didn't really have the knowledge that that was even the case. So now that you're aware, you're responsible, right? But even up until now, you've been responsible. But you get my point. It's like, you're wrong about a lot of things, but that's because you didn't know any better. You know, you just didn't. It's like, you know, it's like thinking that making money is online is hard. You know, it's like, it's all you've seen. How can you not? Of course you think it. How can you possibly not? Like, it's all you've ever known. Like, if right now you're broke and, you know, you haven't got a business and you're not making money, then, well, that's your experience, right? So of course you think that's how the world works, and of course that's your paradigm, and of course that's how reality manifests to you, right? But if you have the full picture and you have the information on how to make the money, like, imagine I said to you, I was like, okay, well, you think making money is hard right now, but if I gave you the right mentorship and the right information, and I told you exactly what to do and how to do it, and it had worked for thousands of other people, and you did it, do you think you'd make money? Well, the answer is obviously yes. So this is the thing, is you can change your paradigm if you change your experiences and information, and we'll talk about this. By the way, I know that I keep saying, like, we'll talk about this, and, you know, I'm going to explain this in later videos and stuff, but the point I'm making is I understand how sort of cognitively groundbreaking some of this information can be, and I just want to reassure you that everything will be fully explained and everything will be fully looped and full circled and completely comprehensible by this one video is contextualized against like 6 more to come, 5 more to come, right? So it's important that you understand that even if it isn't clicking right now, it will click by the time you finish the module, because I don't want you getting confused. So the same thing is true for all components of reality. So, you know, let's say, imagine for a second here that someone has grown up in poverty their entire life, right? They have no internet access, and they live in a rural village with no way of ever experiencing anything even slightly resembling abundance and wealth. So this person all their life has never seen anything to do with wealth. No internet, no car, nothing, no city, just donkeys and a farm, and they've never seen wealth before. Well, that person will live and die thinking that poverty is just the way the world works and that nothing else is possible. They won't even try to get rich or get out of poverty because they don't even perceive it as an option. Like, how can you possibly even start to think about trying to get rich if you don't even know that the concept of rich exists? All you've ever known is, you know, poor and poverty, and to you that's just the way the world works. Like, it's not even that bad because you don't know there's an opposite. You just see it as like, oh, it kind of is what it is, right? This is why, by the way, like, people throughout history suffer immeasurably, but not as bad as you might think, because they didn't know any different. So, like, you know, when you think about like peasant farmers and stuff, like, a lot of them just, like, they lived and died in this sort of paradigm vacuum where there was no other option, there was no other like escape. That was just how the world worked, and because there was no contrast, there was significantly less suffering. The second that you know that there's a better way to do something or a better way to live and you're not living it, that's when you start feeling pain, right? But if you don't experience it, it doesn't exist. Like, if you've never experienced wealth before, it doesn't exist to you. It doesn't. Another example. Let's say that someone's grown up all their life overweight. So they've overeaten, they're fat. Well, they've been told by their parents and doctors over and over that their condition is genetic and that they will always be overweight no matter what. Well, this person will live and die thinking that being overweight is just the way they are and won't attempt to make a change because that's the hand they were dealt. They won't even try to lose weight because they didn't even perceive the option of healthiness. So, let's say that they had a bad doctor, and that doctor was incentivized to just sell them pills to like suppress their appetite and make money off them. And that doctor had a bad incentive, and that doctor was wrong, because doctors are wrong all the time, sometimes, right? A lot of the time. And like, that person's paradigm was just shaped around this one doctor's visit, and now their parents believe it. And now they've got this easy victimhood out of just like, oh, it's just my genes. I'm fat because of my genes, because of my genetic condition that my doctor prescribed me with to sell me pills, and he was wrong because he didn't pay attention in class, because humans are infallible, and I should have realized that. Well, now you're going to live and die fat because you didn't even perceive that losing weight is an option. It's like your paradigm is so important. This is how your paradigm works. Your behavior, your actions, your decisions are fundamentally constrained and limited by your paradigm. All of your experiences form all of your beliefs, and all of your beliefs form your paradigm, and therefore your reality in your life is a fundamental product of your experiences. And if you don't experience something, it's not real. And don't worry, like I said, we're going to have solutions. Don't worry. But this is the Mark Twain quote. It ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble. It's what you know for sure that just ain't so. Often the thing that messes you up and gets you into trouble in life and keeps you poor and fat and unhealthy and all the other bad things is you think that the world is a certain way. You just, I completely understand, because I had the same thing with money. I had so much doubt. I was like, no one's going to buy from me. I'm not going to sell anything without, no one's going to buy if I haven't got testimonials. Like, all these beliefs were coming out, and I would act them out, and I wouldn't be successful. The second that I changed my belief systems and paradigm, and I started seeing the world in a different way, then I changed my behavior. And that is the key. We change your behavior. But the only way I can change your behavior is by changing your paradigm. And the only way that I can, basically, I want to change your reality. But the only way I can change your reality is by changing your behavior. But the only way I can change your behavior is by changing your paradigm. And the only way I can change your paradigm is by changing your belief systems. And the only way I can change your belief systems is by changing your experiences. And the only way I can do that is by teaching you how it all works and then helping you change them. So this is with intent. This is not just some theory, right? This is all ending up with a goal. Right, so what I have here is something called the reality ladder, which basically explains in linear format how your paradigm creates your reality, okay? So the first thing we have here is your life and your reality. So the question is like, well, where does your reality come from? Where does your life, like obviously life I'm using as a term here to denote your experience of reality, right? So your reality comes from the sum of every single action you've ever taken. I'm going to let that sink in for a second. Where you are right now in life is the sum of every action you've ever taken ever. At least financially or health-wise or whatever you're trying to fix here, right? If you've got meningitis, unfortunately, it's very unlikely that, let's say you're born with meningitis and now you die. It's like, that's not your fault, right? That wasn't because of your action. So there are some exceptions to this. Some things can happen that interfere. But for the most part, for the majority rule, 99% of your life, everything you have is because of what you've done, right? And so that means that your reality is the sum of all your actions. And it really is. And you might not think it is, but it really is. Like everything that you've ever done and every action you've ever taken, every decision, like all of these things that you've done have just built what you've got now. How could it be any other way? Like we know from week one and from the Genesis videos that, I don't mean that in a biblical sense, by the way, but we know from like the foundations of business, the Genesis videos, that like that your life is kind of like this collection of actions. Like it's cause and effect, right? It's Hegel's dialectic. It's cause and effect. And so every action you've done, aggregated over time, creates your reality, which is why we need to change your actions, because a synonym or another word for action is behavior. So every behavior you've ever done, right? So the question is well, where the hell do your actions come from? Because, it's all good and well me telling you that, but, well, where do your actions come from? Well, your actions, they come from every decision you've ever made. So in order for you to take an action, you have to make the decision to take the action. If every day I go for like a run, and that's why I'm in shape, then every day I have to decide to go for a run, right? And so, you make the decision. And so your actions are the sum of your decisions, okay? These sort of binary option-based choosing thing that you do every single day, it's like what you have for lunch, who you hang around with, where you live, how you spend your money, where you go, who you see, what you read, what you listen to, what you do, what you don't do. All these decisions manifest as actions which create a reality. The next thing is, well, where the hell do your decisions come from? Because, you know, what the hell? Like, these binary choices that we make every day, how do we make them? Where do they come from? Well, your decisions come from all of your perceived options. So, you know, it's kind of impossible for you to make a decision if you don't perceive the option to make it. So, you know, if you want to get rich and you want to make money, but you don't perceive that as a potential option because you've never known what rich means and you don't even know what the hell it means, then you don't even know it as an option. So, in order for you to make a decision to do something, you have to know you have the option to do it. So, you know, it's kind of like this the example of someone who's always been fat, and they're like, they cannot make the decision to get healthy if they think that healthy isn't an option, right? Same thing with someone who wants to learn how to make money with this program. Like, if you believe, which by the way you'd be very wrong to believe, but if you believe that like you're just not going to make it, then you don't perceive the option of trying, which means that you're not going to do it. So your decisions are the sum of your perceived options. But then the question is, well, where the hell do your perceived options come from? Like, what are these options? Like, where do these things come from? How do you possibly get them? Well, your perceived options, all these things, they come from your thoughts. So, you know, because what is an option is a thought, right? It's a string of information that encapsulates a component of reality in your consciousness, right? It's a pretty good way to define it, I think. On the rip, off the spot, not bad, nice and articulate. Stop patting myself on the back, it's getting weird, right? Anyway, been a while, been a long recording. So your perceived options come from your thoughts. Now, your thoughts are pinging around all over the place. You're not always going to have thoughts about like options and stuff, but the way that you perceive an option is a thought because it manifests to you as a thought. Because you might have the thought of like, oh, maybe I actually can get rich. Maybe I actually can make money. Maybe I actually can do the work. Maybe I'm actually not afraid of rejection, right? These all start as thoughts, right? And so your perceived options, but then, I mean, this one, you're probably getting the theme here. Where the hell do those things come from? Like, where on earth do your thoughts come from? Because, you know, to a lot of people, it just seems like, well, to everyone, really, it just seems like your thoughts just ping out of nowhere and are just these random, like, you know, these random wavelengths that just take you on a journey. But the thing is it's not, because if it was completely random, then your life would be completely random. But it's not, because your life is very predictable and you're a creature of habit and routine, and you execute on the same actions and you make the same decisions and you have the same options perceived all the time. And those things are similar to your family and your friends and the people you hang around. And like, your life is very predictable. And, you know, if we know that your life comes from your thoughts because of your, you know, these things, it's laddered down, then it can't be random, right? Well, your thoughts come from your paradigm. Because, you know, the way that you, like, basically, in order for you to think, you have to have a subjective reality to think about. So whenever you think, you're thinking about something, right? And when you're thinking about something, it's because you've got an image, or, you know, you've got this sense of reality, which is your subjective reality. And that's what you think about. So your thoughts come from your subjective reality. Imagine that, you know, subjective reality is this massive big ball of energy, right? And like things like, it's such this big ball of energy that constantly creates new energy, and it's self-fulfilling and it's just expanding and it's huge. And what happens is there's little cracks in this ball and energy's leaking out of the ball all the time. The little bits of energy leaking out, dripping out, are your thoughts. Your thoughts come from your subjective reality. And your subjective reality ultimately comes from your paradigm, because your paradigm kind of creates it, right? And so whenever you have a thought, you can only think about your subjective reality. It's impossible for you to have a thought about something that you don't know exists or don't believe to be true. Like, it's near impossible, right? So then the question becomes, well, where the hell does the paradigm come from? Like, what was this thing doing here? Like, where is this? Is it God? Is it the universe? Is there some metaphysical sentient being that's, you know, come here, like, giving us consciousness? Well, this is simple. Your paradigm, you kind of have probably figured this one out by now. Your paradigm comes from all your beliefs. It's the sum of all your beliefs, right? And the question is then, well, your beliefs are just, you know, statements of perceived truth, right? And, you know, it's pretty simple. It's really simple, you know? All these beliefs, all these things you believe to be true, they make up your paradigm, and that's where they come from. But then, okay, well, where the hell do your beliefs come from? Pretty good question, right? Well, as you might have gathered, they come from your experiences. It's impossible, right? Let me explain this. It is impossible for you to believe something without having experienced it first. Think about it, because you cannot form a belief about something, around or about something that you have not observed. And you don't have to observe it physically, remember, it can be intangible, and it doesn't have to be in the present. It can be in the past or in the future or in the present, and it can be intangible or tangible, but your beliefs are formed from your experiences. And your paradigm is formed from your beliefs, and your thoughts are formed from your paradigm, and your options or perceived options are formed from your thoughts. Your decisions are formed from your options, and your actions are formed from your decisions, and your reality, I'm just going to put here, reality. Your reality is formed from your actions. And so this is why I'm explaining this to you, because my objective here is to change your reality, but I can't change your reality without changing your actions. So I need to change your behavior, because, you know, this is basically your behavior, right? And how you act. But I can't change your behavior without changing your decisions, and I can't change your decisions without changing your perceived options, and I can't do that without changing your paradigm, and I can't do that without your beliefs, and then I have to change your experiences. Let me give you an idea that just came to mind as I was saying that. As a human being, what you are is a wave. You're a wavelength of consciousness, right? That's you experience the world through your consciousness, right? And all you do is you're like a how do I explain this? How do I explain this? Because this is a big one. You have experiences, right? And what you are is a bundle of experiences laced together and tied together into something that you call life. And what you do is you go through life. Imagine you're like a vacuum cleaner. You're like a Hoover. And you go through life, and everything you come into contact with, either in your imagination or in your physical senses, either in the past, present, or future, you kind of hoover it up. You collect it in this bag, and that bag, that vacuum cleaner bag that contains all of this stuff that you've hoovered up through your observation, that's your life. This bag that you can hold up with everything that you've collected so far in your life is basically like, that's your life. That's all your life is it's just all your experiences. Like, think about that for a second. Just really deeply comprehend that for me for just a second here. I know it's weird to think you're a vacuum cleaner, and it's quite a comical analogy to use for such a serious point, but you're just a vehicle for experience. And what you do is, as you go through life, is you form beliefs to categorize your experiences, because, you know, if they just exist as experiences, that's just pure chaos. So, you know, you kind of have to form beliefs about experiences, because beliefs are kind of how you anchor yourself in the world. Like, without beliefs, without you knowing what's true or thinking what's true, like, life is just chaos. Like, you're just going to exist in, like, it's just a bunch of atoms flying around, right? So we use beliefs to map reality and essentially make it concrete and make sense of it, because without beliefs, like, we don't know like how we don't need to think about. This is why you create beliefs, is so you actually have stuff to think about and things to do and life. Like, consciousness kind of is beliefs, right? And then and then basically all of those experiences, they create your beliefs, and then you have your paradigm that creates your thoughts. Like, remember, your thoughts like spill out of your paradigm, create the options you perceive, inform your decisions, then you take actions, and then you form your life. And so you really are just like this experience machine. And you basically you take all these experiences, and, you know, all of these experiences aggregated together over time is just basically your life. If you ever wonder what you are, you ever try to ask yourself, like, what am I? What is life? It's just a collection of experiences. It really is. There's nothing more than that. It's the same premise in which that a movie, like I said, is just a collection of frames strung together. Or that a book is a novel is a collection of words strung together. You're just a collection of experiences strung together. And up until now, there's a strong chance that you haven't had the best experiences, and that your experiences have been out of alignment with what you want to achieve. And you want to be more, and you want to be successful, and you want to be rich and happy and financially free, but you've never experienced that before. And so fundamentally in your mind, you have a lot of doubt and fear around whether or not it's actually possible. And that's why you're unsuccessful, because if you're not taking the actions that you need to, your behavior is not successful behavior, right? It is insofar as that you're starting to get it now by watching these videos and doing the action items and, you know, all these things, joining Easy Grow, whatever. Like, you're starting to get the hang of this action thing, and you're starting to make the right decisions, and you're starting to perceive options that you hadn't perceived before. And that is purely because your paradigm's changed, because by me giving you new information, I'm basically giving you new experiences. I'm educating you, and I'm giving you experiences in this training, which is creating your new beliefs, and everything is upstream of that, right? So now that you kind of get this, what I want to do is give you a little bit more insight into how experiences actually work. Because experiences, these things are the key. Because, like, how could it be any other way? Like, your life is an output, and your life doesn't just happen. It's tangible. You can see it. Not see it like physically, but, you know, you could like take every experience you've ever had, every conscious moment, you could string them out in a nice linear line and just observe them. You know how, like, in Interstellar, how, like, if you've seen Interstellar before, if you haven't seen Interstellar before, I suggest you watch it, but they create this dimension where the main character can perceive every single, like, moment throughout time, and, like, every single little experience in these little, like, packaged into these little time blocks. And that's kind of really how the mind works and how your life works. So to understand how your paradigm works, you need to understand how beliefs work. And to understand how beliefs work, you need to understand how experiences work. So what we're doing here really is basically getting to the bottom of this thing. And we're going to talk a lot more about your belief systems and how your belief systems form. And, you know, we're going to talk a lot more about your paradigm and where it comes from, and how to change it and how to fix it. And we're going to get into that in the next video. But for now, I want you to basically just comprehend the idea of experiences with as much accuracy as possible. So, okay, let's recap. What is a belief and how do they form? Are we just born with them? Do they come out of nowhere? Are they random as they may seem? Well, we know this not to be true. A belief is a statement of perceived truth about a component of reality. Remember, beliefs exist in three forms. Okay, I'm going to highlight this in blue before my color-based OCD goes crazy. We have knowledge-based beliefs. Remember, knowledge-based beliefs are like what you believe exists. We have judgment-based beliefs, which is what you believe to be true about what you believe exists. And then we have self-image-based beliefs, which is what you believe to be true about yourself in relation to whatever exists, right? What you believe exists, or your judgment of that. Any belief that you have can be categorized into one of these three categories. Now, you can have many beliefs about a certain component of reality. Like, let's take a baguette, for example, right? You can have 100 beliefs about this baguette. That's a baguette. Knowledge, right? That baguette is light brown, judgment. I don't know how to bake a baguette. I was going to say I don't know how to take a baguette. That would be a very questionable thing to say in a business training that's as serious as this one. Anyway, self-image. Moving on, self-image. That baguette looks like a sword. Judgment. I don't know what sword. I mean, maybe a French sword. I don't know. My best friend would hate this baguette. Self-image. So, you know, we see things, and then we start, you know, judging them and identifying with them, and, you know, forming knowledge around them, and that's how we perceive the world. But the question is like, well, where do these statements come from? Well, you should have gathered by now they come from experiences. So experiences are how reality manifests itself to us. And every experience exists in the mind. So even if you're looking at something, even if you're hearing something, smelling something, like, we hallucinate reality as we experience it in our mind. So, like, this is a hard thing to gauge, but right now, the experience that you're having, this conscious thing of seeing things and hearing my voice, you're hallucinating this. It's real and it's physically there, but the only way that you're observing it in this little capsule that's your head is through hallucination, right? And this is a pretty cool, this is just consciousness, right? All experiences are subjective experiences. They are a projected image of reality filtered through our paradigm. And this is how they form, okay? So this is how experiences basically happen. So a component of objective reality exists. A human observes it with their 5 senses or imagination. So remember, it can be tangible or intangible, and it can be technically observed only in the present, but we can observe the past and the potential future. The observation is made through a paradigm, which is the collection of your belief systems, which is in essence your worldview and your identity as an aggregate, represented as an aggregate. A reflection of reality is created in the mind of the observer, like a mirror. And then this reflection is called experience. So thing exists, you look at the thing through a paradigm, it bounces back like a mirror, and then in your mind you see the thing. Okay? Everything is an experience. Everything. Every thought you've had, every dream, every time you open your eyes, listen, smell, touch, etc., every conversation, every moment, every second, for as long as you are conscious, you've had an experience. So the only time that you're not having experiences is when you're asleep and not dreaming. And well, people would argue that you're not conscious when you're dreaming, right? So, I'm not going to get into that, but basically, rule of thumb, for as long as you're conscious, you're having an experience, right? And it's not just when you go on holiday or try a new restaurant. So a lot of people think that like an experience is when you do something you've never done before, but it's not really the case. It's everything, everywhere, constantly, stacked together, creating your life. Your life is just a string of experiences, one after the other, hallucinated in your mind, creating this thing that we call life. And remember that your experiences are filtered through your paradigm. So the question is like, really, like, well, how? Like, how are these experiences related to your belief systems? And, why is it the case that your belief systems are the sum of your experiences? Well, this is pretty cool because we basically have 3 types of experience, okay? So when it comes to, like, having an experience, there's 3 different forms that it can take. So we've got initial experiences, confirming experiences, and denying experiences. So a initial experience is basically the first experience or impression of something. So the first time that you experience something and observe something, something you've never observed before, is the initial experience. Then we have the confirming experiences, and these are experiences that confirm your current impression or belief of something. And then we have denying experiences, which are experiences that deny your current impression or belief of something. So once you've experienced something, that's it. You've done the initial sort of experience stage. And from that point onwards, anytime you experience something related to that thing, you're either confirming or denying what you believe to be true. Okay? Now, confirming experiences happen when we make an observation of reality and synthesize the information using our consciousness to confirm what we already believe to be true about the world. And denying experiences happen when we synthesize information and make an observation of reality and synthesize information to using our consciousness that denies what we already believe to be true about the world. So let's say, for example, that you think Trump is a bad person. And let's say that you watch the news and the news is saying that he is a good person. Well, that is a denying experience, right? And so every time that you see a piece of information or every time you observe objective reality, and sometimes the news isn't very objective, to be honest, but every time you observe reality and make a subjective observation about something that you already believe to be true, it's either going to confirm or deny. Now, sometimes you can have neutral experiences where, it's neither here nor there, but it's usually almost always confirm or deny, right? So let me give you some examples. So let's say a knowledge-based belief. So remember, it's impossible for you to have a belief without an experience because, how could it be any other way? Like when you have an experience, that thing just happened and is real. And so from a knowledge-based perspective, if something is real, you believe it's real, right? And so let's take, for example, Bigfoot. So let's say that you believe that Bigfoot exists, okay? And the initial experience that has fed into this knowledge-based belief is you were skiing on holiday and you saw a big white figure when you were 13. And so to you, because you have seen this thing, in your mind, that has synthesized to you believing that Bigfoot exists. And so this belief has been born out of this initial experience, right? And so now, anytime that you have an experience related to Bigfoot, it's either going to confirm or deny. So, let's say that you watched a documentary about Bigfoot and why he's real. Well, that's going to be an experience that confirms what you believe to be true. But then let's say that you go back to the same place, the same skiing place next year, and you don't see him. Well, that would be a denying experience, okay? So every time that you experience something, you're either confirming or denying what you believe to be true about the thing. But if you've never experienced the thing before, then you create a belief based on what you've observed, right? And we're going to talk more about this in the next video, but let's say that I sit in a chair outside and it's my initial impression of that chair. And, and I sit in the chair and let's say I think it's really uncomfortable. Well, that's my initial experience, right? So what that means is that from now on, every time I sit in a chair, unconsciously, or maybe not, maybe it's not that deep, right? But every time I sit in a chair, I will be like, oh, this is a comfortable chair or an uncomfortable chair, at least in contrast to the one that I sat in that was uncomfortable. Let's take a judgment-based belief, right? So let's say that you believe that Mount Everest is the tallest mountain in the world, which I believe, and I believe it is. And let's say the initial experience of that was in the school classroom when you were 10 years old and you had a geography lesson on Mount Everest. And so you received an experience in school about this, and because you experienced that, that sort of information, that judgment-based information, you now believe this to be true. And, let's say that your friend, 20 years later, 30 years later, climbs Mount Everest and sends you a picture. And, you think, God, that must be the tallest mountain in the world. It looks really tall. But then let's say that you watch a documentary, a conspiracy documentary, that says that China has a mountain that's taller, that's hidden away in secret. Well, now that would deny your judgment, right? Your belief might be brought into question and you might change your belief, right? And let's take a self-image based belief. So let's say that you think that making money online is hard for you, Well, let's say that you had the initial experience when you were a kid of your father telling you that making money online is a scam. And so, for you just believe it's a scam and therefore you believe it's hard and all these things get tied up. And let's say that you believe this, you believe it's hard, but you have hope, so you try, and you buy a drop shipping course, but then you get ripped off. And then you're like, oh, do you know what? I knew it. I knew making money online was harder. I knew my dad was right. It confirms, right? But hopefully, and I know this to be true if you do the work, this course is a denying experience for this belief. So you think it's really hard. I think it's really easy. I'm going to part with you information to make it easy, and that will deny your self-image-based belief. So here's how a belief forms. So you experience an objective component of reality and create a knowledge-based belief, therefore establishing what you think is true and exists, right? Based on your existing beliefs, biases, and perspectives, you will judge the experience you have just solidified into knowledge. And this is how judgment-based beliefs form. I need to actually change this to judgment. Okay? So you judge it, then you have your judgment-based belief. And then based on your existing identity and your existing beliefs, you will then identify with the experience you've just solidified and the judgments that you've just made about the knowledge. So, let me give you an example. The initial experience, right, is you go to Dubai and you visit the Burj Khalifa, right? So you visit the Burj Khalifa and your knowledge is you now know the Burj Khalifa exists. So let's say you didn't know the Burj Khalifa exists. By the way, if you don't know it exists, it's the tallest building in the world in Dubai. And let's say before coming to Dubai, you didn't even know it was a thing. So you visit, now you have new knowledge that exists, right? And then, whilst you're there, you judge the Burj Khalifa as the tallest building in the world. You look up and you think, yep, I knew it. That's the tallest building in the world. I've asked the guide and he says it's true as well, so it must be true. And then, you identify potentially with it by saying that you like the design. So you're like, oh, I think it's really cool, or I love it, right? And that's how you've essentially formed an experience in this way, right? So you've had the initial experience, and now all of the things that you do here on regarding the Burj Khalifa are going to either confirm or deny the judgment or identity that you have, or maybe even the fact that it exists in the first place. I don't know. So another example, let's say that you go jet skiing for the first time. So your initial experience, you've never been jet skiing before, you never talked to anyone who's jet skied before, so you have no knowledge of what it's like to jet ski whatsoever at all. Never even seen a video of it. So you do it for the first time, and now you know what it feels like to jet ski. So you have new knowledge, right? And then what's going to happen is you're going to judge the jet ski experience, and you might think, oh, the jet ski experience was fast, and then you're going to identify, and you could say, I am afraid, I'm never going jet skiing again, I'm really afraid of it, right? then you've now created like an experience around jet skiing, okay? And so, you know, let's say that you see an ad to buy a jet ski. Well, you're not going to perceive the option to buy it because you think it's scary, you don't want to do it. And both of these instances are called initial experiences. And when this is where you experience something for the very first time. When you have initial experience, you essentially lock reality in place and take a stance and form these beliefs. So this is how we sort of solidify reality. We just lock it into place. Like once we've had this experience and we form these beliefs, it's kind of impossible. Well, it's not impossible, but we don't intentionally, like, we don't really think about moving this. Like, you know, from this stance, you will now view the world and form future beliefs and opinions about reality that align with your new perspective. So let me give you an example. I went go-karting for the first time when I was, I think, like 19, and I hated it. Like, I wasn't feeling very well on the day, and like the go-kart that I had, like the steering was really faulty and really janky, so it didn't really work. And I basically kept getting lapped by my friends because like I couldn't steer and I was just like hungover. It was not nice. Like I had a bad experience with go-karting. Objectively, I was just probably terrible at it, right? But you know, whatever. So I hate go-karting, like with a passion. I really do not enjoy it at all. And the only reason I hate it is because my initial experience with it was bad. So, you know, first of all, I was hungover, felt like crap, and second of all, my friends like took the piss out of me because like my steering wouldn't work, and I kept getting lapped, and like, I was like, it was a nightmare, right? And I was hot, and I had to wear a suit, like one of those go-karting suits, and my helmet was too tight. It was not. I just didn't enjoy it at all, right? And now I just hate go-karting, and like how this affect. I know this is like a rudimentary example, but like my reality is I will never go-kart because like I hate go-karting, because my actions, I will never go-karting because I will never make the decision to do it. I won't even perceive the option to do it. So, you know, say for example that like someone's like, oh, what should we do for your birthday? Like I won't even perceive go-karting as an option because I won't even think of it, because my paradigm won't allow it, because my beliefs don't allow it, because my experience was bad. So I had a bad experience with go-karting, which means that I believe that it sucks and I hate it, which means that forms my paradigm. So the way that my subjective reality has manifested around go-karting is fuck that, which means that I think bad things about it, which means that my perceived options is like, I'm never going to do it. So I don't do it, and then I don't act it, which means I don't go go-karting. So I know that's just a bit of a weird example for go-karting, but the same thing is true for everything, like money, everything, etc., right? And when you have this initial experience, it really does just like, it just locks, like your reality just kind of gets locked off. You know, it's like not to be too crude with an example, but it's like the sperm and the egg, you know, and how like how the sexual reproduction process works for like human beings. Like, you know, like once like one sperm gets into the egg like locks off and solidifies, and nothing else can get in. And it's like only that one sperm got in. And the same thing is kind of, that's a bit weird. The same thing is kind of true with your experiences and your beliefs. Like, I don't care what anyone says. I'm not going go-karting, right? Like, I know how this stuff works, right? So I know that I could go go-karting and probably get, you know, 2 or 3 lessons and then be good and have a good time and then enjoy it again. So you can change, you know, your beliefs, and the way you change your beliefs is by changing your experiences and switching it around, and it can be completely done. It's entirely possible. But for me, like, A, I hate it, so I don't want to do that, which is kind of stupid, right? But B, like, it's just not a problem. Like, I don't feel the need to fix go-karting. If, let's say that my, say I had a son, and let's say that I had a son and he was 8 years old, and he loved the idea of go-karts. Like, all he ever wanted to do was go go-karting. Well, then I'd go go-karting. I'd be like, you know, fine, I don't hate it anymore. You can change your experiences, but you only change them when you need to, right? So here's the thing, right? Where was I? So here's the thing. When you have a new initial experience, your judgments and identity with it are formed in accordance with what you already have experienced and believe to be true. So every new initial experience that you have, so for example, this video, this course, anytime you meet a new person, any new experience you have, it's informed by your previous experiences. So it's not like every time you have a new experience, you have a fresh paradigm and a new way to look at it. That's not how it works at all. What you already believe to be true and what you already subjectively have in your reality will inform your new experiences, right? So let me give you an example here. So if you went jet skiing for the first time, you might think it's fast and scary, right? But if we took an F1 driver, so a Formula One professional driver like Lewis Hamilton, jet skiing for the first time.
Fuck, dude, I have to go to the bathroom. Hold up. Alright, got myself a little coffee brewing, so I'm gonna time it for like... I'm gonna set a timer for like 5 minutes, so that then I can check it, just because I really don't want to leave the stove on, because I'm using like one of those, if you're Hispanic, you know, it's like one of those, what is it called? Coffee espresso maker. Hold up, I'm gonna pull it up real quick. Yeah. Exactly this. Here, I'll pull it up. So there's this one right here. Mario stovetop. Yeah. I got one of these, and that's how I make my coffee. Just because I think it tastes better, and you can make it significantly stronger, which is kind of a thing of what I want. I usually just gotta wait until the water boils, but hold up. Yeah, I'm not muted. All right, bet. Let's continue.
He'd form a knowledge belief. He'd be like, oh, I know what it feels like to jet ski. But then he would probably say that the jet ski experience was slow. And he'd probably say that jet skiing is boring. The reason he'd say this is because he's an F1 driver. So he's used to driving, hundreds of miles an hour with his life on the line, being, watched by millions of people worldwide. So to him, jet skiing is not this thrilling, fast thing. To you it is, because all you've ever known is just driving around within the speed limit, and just being like a normal person. So this is kind of like crazy to you. But as someone who's like has a high octane adrenaline job, it's just like another day. It's not even exciting. It's just like, oh, this is just normal, right? And so my point here is that depending on your point of reference and your past experiences and your past beliefs, it's incredibly likely that you observe something completely different to other people. And that also depends on your personality, your temperament, your conditioning, your psychology, all of these things that we'll talk about in the next video as well. Because this F1 driver has had different experiences too in the past, he has different beliefs, different paradigm, and so his perspective of the jet skiing experience is totally different to yours. In essence, it's almost like you've seen two entirely different things. Same thing applies to, like for example, here's an easy example. So my brother is 18 years old. And he obviously has me as this sort of entrepreneurial role model, and he really wants to start his own business when he's finished his A levels, which is college, so sort of sixth form, whatever, like end of high school, and he wants to start his own business. Now, whether he does or not, I don't know, but it's up to him. But the cool thing is that his perspective and paradigm on business is significantly more developed than someone else, because he's seen me do it. So, he's seen me, even though he was 10 years old when I started my businesses, he's seen me go from nothing to, multi-8 figures. And because of that, because he's seen me become a multi-millionaire, he sees things differently. So he actually believes it's possible. He just sees that it's really hard work. And his perspective is he's quite lucky in that fact, because he can see that it can be done. And so this is the difference between someone who, has like an example in their life of someone who's done it. Same thing how if you grow up in a household where your parents are overweight and fat, and then that's kind of what and it's likely that you're going to be overweight. You're at sort of a health disadvantage. But if you grew up in a household where your parents are really fit and healthy, then you're probably going to end up being fit and healthy as well, because they're going to lend you their paradigm, and you're going to perceive that as an option, right? Pretty important. So understand, every single belief you have in your life came from an initial experience. Beliefs don't just come out of nowhere and spawn in, right? They don't just magically appear in your life one day. They don't, right? Now, the only exception to this that I can find is the subjective account of religious experience, where people they can be going about their life, and then they find God, or Allah, or Jesus, or Ganesh. I don't know what people in other countries do, to be honest, but you get my point. Like I'm not going to get into the theological religious debate. It can become a bit touchy, so The one place that
Alright.
this might not apply.
I'm gonna go check my coffee real quick. So it's not done, but I'm gonna give it another 5. Because I turned up the heat. So hopefully, it'll be done.
Is with religion, perhaps not, maybe with like some other stuff as well, but mainly, for the most part, your experiences, they came from somewhere. And where they came from was an input of information from reality. Okay? Once again, it can be sensory or it can be imaginary, but you had to, in order for you to have a belief, you 99.9999999% of the time, there had to be an experience that created it. It's just there's no other way. And you know, if you're wondering what creates experiences, well, it's you, it's your consciousness. Like, you know, it's kind of like it's like an open loop. Like, you know, the input of your consciousness is your consciousness to a degree. Now, we're not going to get into that because that's going to take me like another 5 weeks to understand, but it doesn't seem that important. Right. Every single new belief you form in your life will be based on and biased by your existing beliefs. So what people don't understand is, like, changing your beliefs is tough because you need to create new experiences. But when we talk about beliefs, a lot of people talk about limiting beliefs and how you have like beliefs that limit your capabilities and capacities to grow and expand. And what we find quite often and quite commonly is that a lot of people have these things, these root keystone beliefs that, you know, that really inform their paradigm significantly. And so let me give you an example, right? So person A, growing up, let's say you're person A. Your family didn't have any money. Your parents weren't skilled enough to create financial success, or, you know, maybe they were in the Soviet Union or something like that. You know, there's all sorts of reasons, but usually it's a skill issue. I mean that with love. And let's say as a coping mechanism, your dad declared that money was evil, and that's why he doesn't have any. So, you know, growing up in your household, you were poor, and instead of your dad taking responsibility, he just coped and, you know, created some excuse saying that money was evil, right? And, you know, one day, it's 7 years old, you're with your dad, and you see a rich man in a sports car. So, at 7 years old, you have no comprehension of money, you have no comprehension of buying power, you're just a 7-year-old, right? But at this point, your initial experience happens. Your dad declares the person in the sports car as the devil. And he says, son, no matter what anyone tells you, money is evil and it's bad. Anyone who has a lot should be ashamed of themselves. Now, you're 7, right? So you lack any critical thinking ability and you're powerless against this statement. So you solidify it as a judgment based on your belief and you start identifying with it. And so you believe that money is evil. Of course you do. It's no different from me showing you this thing here and asking you what this is. You're just stating what you see. Same thing with this blue square here. You're just stating what you see.
Dude, that thing was going crazy.
You're not, like...
I gotta fucking... Be right back. Motherfucker. Alright, I didn't blow up my fucking apartment. I didn't just destroy the whole building. Almost did though, because I'm being a fucking idiot. But yeah, let's finish this video. I think that there's like a little bit on it. Nope. There you go. Even my fucking timer went off. Whatever. Back to this.
You're 7 years old, for God's sake, at this point. I mean, depending on how old you are, right? But when you're an adult, it's a little bit inexcusable because, you develop critical thinking abilities, but of course you think money's evil. You're the main authority figure in your life has just told you something to be true. You're not going to question it. You're going to say, Dad, I'd like you to just break that down with a bit of Socratic reasoning for me, please, Father. Why don't I ask you that at 7 years old? No, you're not going to do that, right? So you basically develop a bias to money. You build this belief system. Your initial experience with money is that it's evil, okay? And what this means is this is how your life's going to run out, unless you change this. So we're going to represent this as a bright red circle. And as you go through life, you're going to have experiences related to money. So, the universe, the world is going to manifest to you, and things are going to happen, and things are going to happen to do with money, right? And so these experiences are simply manifestations of objective reality. They are things that just happen to you that are not within your control. Before you've observed them, they don't mean anything to you. They're just components of objective reality. So let's say, for example, that your friend buys a Ferrari. Or let's say you win the lottery. Or let's say your landlord increases the rent. Or a bank collapses, a bank in America. Or a rich person dies. These are all events that they just happen, right? They're just objective reality just forcing itself onto you, They don't, before you look at them, they don't mean anything. They're not good or bad. They're not up or down. They don't have no meaning. It's just, it is what it is, right? But the second that these things enter your conscious awareness, you do the following. So first of all, you form knowledge-based beliefs to understand that the events have happened. So if your friend buys a Ferrari, then, and you see him in the Ferrari, then you say, oh, Frank bought a Ferrari. And that's a knowledge-based belief, right? No judgment, just knowledge. Now, then you judge the events to form judgment-based beliefs. So, Frank bought a Ferrari, what a dick, And then you identify with the events forming self-image beliefs. So I don't like Frank anymore. So how this would look is what was just objective and just happened with no meaning, as soon as it's observed by you or the person, they observe it through their paradigm. So their paradigm is, money is evil. It's a belief system, right? And so, if their friend buys a Ferrari, then they might form an identity-based belief like, we're not friends anymore because what you've done is out of alignment with what I believe to be true about the world. Or let's say that you win the lottery and you think money's evil. Well, you might genuinely believe that this is a horrible burden. You might think, God, I'm now evil because I've got all this money. I've got to get rid of it. Or, let's say your landlord increases your rent. You might form the identity-based belief of, I hate my landlord. And this is the thing, right, is the reason that you form the belief is because of your paradigm. So because you think money's evil, your perception of this event is biased accordingly. So same thing with winning the lottery. Like, let's say that someone really thinks money is evil and they think it's the root of all evil and that, it's the ultimate sin and terror. If that person wins the lottery, then that person will perceive the event of winning the lottery as a bad thing because, their paradigm sees it as bad because their existing, experience, their initial experience is bad, right? And this is what I mean, by the way, when I say confirming experience and denying experience. So, all you're going to seek to do is confirm this main experience here, this main belief system. And we'll talk more about that in the next video as well. And then let's say a bank collapses. So let's say there's another financial crisis and a bank collapses. And that this person might think, yes, justice was done today. This is a good thing, the bank's collapse. Or let's say a rich person dies, like a billionaire CEO dies in a helicopter accident or a jet or something. And this person might think that's good riddance. I'm glad another billionaire's gone, right? This is the thing is, before this person observed these events, they were just objective events. There was nothing good or bad about them, but it was only by an observer with a bias looking at them that they became something and that they mean something, right? So now let's give another example. Let's take person B, and let's say that person B experiences the same events, right? But this time, growing up, this is person B, right? Growing up, you're moderately wealthy. Your parents were successful and you enjoyed the fruits of their labor. One day, you're 9 years old, and you overhear your mother and father discussing this thing that you've never heard before called money. I don't know if you'd have heard of this by 9, but whatever. Let's say that your mother bought a lottery ticket and won a little bit of money, and they're celebrating and are really happy. And you think to yourself, money must be a great thing because my parents are happy about having more of it. And so in your mind, you're like, money is great. Money is amazing. I love money. Money's the best thing ever. And so when these objective components of reality manifest in your life, if your friend buys a Ferrari, you'll be like, what a legend. Or if you win the lottery, you'll be like, this is the best thing ever. And if your landlord increases your rent, you'll be like, dude, I get it. Game's the game. You've got to make your money. If your bank collapses, you might think, God, this is terrible. Like that bank, I wish that, not your bank, but if a bank collapses, you might think, God, that's terrible, you know? And if a rich person dies, you might think, what a shame that we've lost a billionaire, right? The question is, who do you think is more likely to get rich? So it's really, really fascinating how this, I mean, the argument you can make is the person who thinks money is evil could probably not want to get rich in the first place, but the unconscious doesn't really work like that. We tend to want what we don't have, right? And so, you know, this is how we see reality. You know, when something happens, you perceive it and you form judgments about it and you form identities about it. And those judgments and identities that you formulate and that you articulate and that you state to, you know, indicate what you've observed are based on what you already have observed and what you already hold to be true. And so you're like this sort of bias machine, basically. And then what happens is, you know, all of these beliefs then go on to create more beliefs and more beliefs and more beliefs, and you kind of get this, you know, this exponential cascade of beliefs based on one thing that happened when you were 7. And this really is how it goes, man. It's like just one small, and you probably won't be able to remember, like, you know, we're going to do this in later videos where we isolate your key limiting beliefs, and, you know, we're going to talk about how to, like, find them and, like, root them out and fix them and stuff. And we're going to do it, and it's going to be amazing. It's going to change your life. But just know that all of your, literally, it's this ladder here. Your reality is the sum of your actions, which is the sum of your decisions, which is the sum of your options, which is the sum of your thoughts, which is the sum of your paradigm, which is the sum of your beliefs, which is the sum of your experiences. And every single belief had an initial experience, and what happened is that initial experience was confirmed repeatedly. And we're going to talk more about confirmation as we move on to the next video. So my point is this: every belief that you hold near and dear to your heart can be traced back to an initial experience. It didn't just happen. It didn't appear out of nowhere. It can be traced back to a real-time conscious experience that you had probably when you were a lot younger. And likewise, if you've ever changed a belief, it was because you experienced something new. And what you would have experienced is a denying experience. And we'll talk about that. So that's basically this video. I know it's been a bit heavy, and I appreciate you bearing with me. It took me 3 months to make this. And it took me so much suffering to produce this thing, like trying to think this stuff through and bring it back to first principle and define it in the simplest form possible has been honestly one of the hardest things that I've ever done. This is one of the hardest videos I've ever made, and the next few will be as well, I think, because they're all of a similar nature. But we talked about objective reality, how you observe it, what subjective reality is. We talked about your paradigm. We talked about the black flower analogy and how your paradigm can vary from other people. We talked about the reality ladder, how you experience experiences, and we kind of explain what experiences are and how they go on to form our belief systems and basically create our ultimate reality. And I hope that this video has given you some fresh perspective on how we see the world, and I'm pretty sure that I've hopefully brought you a little bit closer to being all-seeing and omniscient. So I will look forward to seeing you in the next video. Thanks for watching.
Wow. That was really fucking good. Let me do some quick sort of takeaways. So I spread this across 2 days just because I don't want to spend all of my time just only on the course. So basically I was like, well, with these longer ones, I can sort of pace it out during the week when I have other things that take priority. Really just everything else is that, like, everything else then gets put a little bit higher than what I'm currently... Basically, everything else gets put up higher than, you know, just watching the videos and learning. Obviously, learning is super important, and then these kind of things are what create your experiences, and then that leads to your actual reality on how you sort of experience things. But the nice thing that I can really give him props for is truly breaking down what it is to have reality, and sort of like, because a lot of people love to have these very philosophical things and, you know, like to be like, oh yeah, I'm so deep, I think so hard. Like, damn, dude, that's just life. He's not doing this in the actual sense just to, you know, seem deep or seem whatever. He's really trying to get us to properly experience how he views the world, understand his paradigm, and then break down what is. To break down what is, to be as close to truth as possible. And that's what I think he's actually achieved, moreover, when it comes to these things, especially when he's trying to explain this. Because look, his main audience for this is probably, the biggest one is going to be, you know, guys on who like have tried some things before with courses, with anything, might feel like, oh, none of that stuff worked, or this is something to where he's trying to get someone completely brand new. This is their first time doing anything with business, and he's trying to go from basically working from ground zero. That's really hard to do. That's like extremely hard to do, to like teach somebody something that's very complex, because you have to break down a bunch of stuff. Like literally, you have to break down everything. Because if you have 3 topics, and then that can get broken down into probably 24 to maybe 30 sub difference and ideas. So it's like you get the big 3 ideas that are probably a bunch of subtopics. Out of those subtopics, there's probably a lot of vocabulary in there that you need to define and explain. And then on top of that, you need to have examples that tie into the vocabulary when you actually use it. Then it needs to tie into the main ideas and the topics. And then they all need to be congruent with each other and sequential. And then they tie in together, or else it's like the thing of what you're making, there's no point in making it if none of it makes sense and is not congruent even with itself, right? So that's probably the simplest but harshest thing. Um, I'd say that's like the best way to put it, from the perspective where he had to come through and be at in order to even make this stuff in the first place, and then where he had to originate all of his ideas. Because if he was talking to people who are already in business and then, you know, a little bit more established, he doesn't have to go that in depth. Like not totally. But since this is a completely new thing for a lot of people, he has to go super harsh. And really the takeaways of this is, now I understand why I think the way I do, and really seeing from almost a third person perspective on why others think the way that they do, right? Why people have these beliefs, and why we have differing objectives, differing sort of views on things, why people like certain things and then they don't. It's really just based off of their experiences, and then the majority of their experiences, it starts when they're actually really young, and those things are where seeds are planted, solidified. And if you don't have any other experience from what was already planted, you're not gonna there's a very low likelihood that you're ever gonna either look for an experience or look for something to break you out of your own sort of paradigm, right? To break you out of what you sort of do and what you're used to, you know, because a lot of humans, right? Basically, it's kind of basic human nature to be risk adverse and not be there to want to change, you know. You want to scale, you have to do this, make less profit. Whoa. What's this? Charlie just posted a new video. Oh. Yeah, so it's just another one. It's pretty good. Whoa. Okay, yeah, I'm getting a little bit sidetracked, but regardless, is that he gave me a full grasp on to truly understand what objective reality is, subjective reality is, and just the very key fundamental things of existence, and all of the basics when it comes to how we became and think the way that we do, right? And that's very, very, very fundamental to learn obviously everything of what he teaches, but I think just in truth, because without this sort of basis, right? Let's look at the latter, or like the flip side of this, of somebody who doesn't have this sort of this thing, right? Somebody who doesn't and isn't able to see these things. They're probably gonna, like, they can live their life in probably the craziest delusion ever. They can think that they're a pterodactyl that can fly and soar 300 feet in the air, and then the only way that they can sustain themselves is by eating manure and motor oil, and then and that, you know, every experience leading up to their to where the, on how they got to that position is just, it just is, right? And if you don't have like a fundamental basis of understanding the holes and the limitations of us, of like, you know, of our ability to truly see the truth of the of objective reality and what is, if you don't have a fundamental understanding on even what any of this stuff is and where everything even comes from and can even explain it, you can really ruin your life, because your own subjective reality can be based on literal fiction if you don't, because a lot of people do, you know, like to really think about it, people on who maybe live to try to impersonate, because haven't you seen like on TLC, like those people with my strange addiction, and then they like eat fucking beds, mattresses, chalk and shit, and like cornstarch, like all that weird stuff. They live in a very skewed subjective reality, right? Because it doesn't matter what experiences they have, your experiences and the way that you think and your paradigm and your thoughts can be to your own detriment. They honestly can, because if you believe that eating cornstarch is good every single day, you're probably gonna fucking die, because it's gonna ruin your health, because you shouldn't just be eating straight up cornstarch or eating a fucking mattress, right? Because you're gonna get so much contamination, and that's not what people eat. So if your subjective reality is super far disconnected from objective reality, overall your life is not going to be at least on what you want. You know, people can want things or not want things, and that's sort of up to them. But to look at it from like a very, you know, straight up standpoint of like, if that's your life and that's your own subjective reality, and you like eating cornstarch every day, bro, you're like chopped, you're cooked. And then another thing about this too, of what I'm noticing, is that a lot of times when I'm like thinking and then I'm doing stuff, or like I see other people or I'm watching other things, all of the stuff of what he was talking about kind of made it a bit clearer. It's super wild on how he's managed to make something that gives you clarity. Legit, it's so weird. It just gives straight up clarity, dead ass. That's just so wild and so weird, but that's probably what he was looking for. And it's pretty hard to achieve that. You know, it's pretty hard to achieve something to where, like, after the first watch of a very complicated video, or even a course in general, right? In the first run through, that he can achieve, that anybody can just, you know, that their lens is just there. Like, he basically opened up Pandora's box in a sense, you know? And that's pretty crazy. I genuinely think that's fucking insane. And it takes a lot of effort to do that. Right now, hold up. I need to make the timestamp in the stream when I decided to start yapping, because I'm also going to be very efficient in, like, for the timestamps, maybe around an hour 58. There you go, an hour 58. There you go. But that is probably my biggest learning, and probably the wildest thing that happened, that I basically can completely understand and then also see what he's talking about. Because it's one thing to sort of just ingest the information and then just sort of be like, oh, well, I have it now. But as soon as you can visually see that it can be applied, or it's already been applied, or you actually know on how it'll look, almost like this, that's very insane. That's very, very, very fucking insane. And it's honestly hard to do that because you know that people have different abilities, mental abilities, mental capacities, people who are focusing on who aren't, right? And then trying to make something that is properly engaging for really everybody else to see, or like basically to make something completely and utterly engaging so that then you're able to, you know, do some real shit, you know? And then have what you're making be really good. But regardless, is that yeah, let's definitely get into some outreach to do some actual calls. Like I really needed some sort of like caffeine, dog, because I'm not gonna lie, I literally, dude, I was so cooked in the first 4 hours of this stream, or like before when I woke up, super chopped, literally, dude. I was like violently chopped. But let's check the. I'm gonna check the progress of this workflow that I'm using. Let's check it to see how well it went, or the progress, because all I needed to do is to. Oh, 234. Nice, dude. It's already gone through 240 people. Yeah, there are a lot where it's saying there's not enough information, which is fine because I know that some of these are turning into. Yeah, because some of these are turning into like they're not even close to being in the niche, so I'm not really gonna worry about it. You know, I'm not really gonna be pressed if they're part of it or not. And in the description. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, I mean, I think this is pretty robust. I'm looking at the stuff here. Yeah, because there's a lot of things that I'm seeing that even when it does fail, I gave it multiple sources, so then it actually gets a better scope for for this sort of thing, you know? You appeared in 8 searches this week? Who was looking me up? Hotels and resorts? What the fuck? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's doing really well. This is like probably the most effective thing that I have, at least right now. Then we'll take all the rest of them. We'll have a second one where it goes ahead and what's this workflow? I'm gonna clean up all of my workflows just because right now it's like there are so many. Yeah, data transfer. Yeah, this one can just be fucking deleted. Archive, PDF to MD converter. Whatever. Host your own, whatever. Wow. Qualification score, lead enrichment. Google Places, find competitors. Yeah, that's mid. Archive. Workflow number 6. Yeah, let's archive that one too. Archive. Okay. Gonna go into. Let me show you what I'm doing. So right now, I'm in my little thing. I need the qualification because this is sort of the niche and services research. This is definitely going to give me a really good sort of perspective and real information on what is this business, period. And then here, Google Map Scraper. There you go. So this is going to be the qualification agent. I remember I had so the MCP web crawler, so that's fine. Let's all selected. Okay. So should be good. Should be good to work. I just need to maybe orient this script a little bit better, just to make it a little bit more solid. I'm gonna open up my cursor to figure this stuff out. and then see how well this is gonna work. Oh no, I don't want to be in here. I don't think that's for that. Let me open up. Just cursor straight up in a new window. Claude code. Yeah, I'm gonna open it up in my own thing. Claude. I'll give you a full picture of what I'm doing. Fuck. Screen cap. You good, buddy? I think I have to restart. Restart capture. There you go. Okay, so I have N8N right here. You could see it like over here on the off to the right side. This is my one agent, right? This is gonna be the qualifying agent. I'm gonna have this help me with what MCPs. MCPs for Claude code N8N. Let me see. What is this? No, I think I already got those. Download Claude. Instantly. Appify make. What the fuck, potato? Why this is revolutionary? Why is this so crazy? What is an SMP? Using terminal. Okay, let's see this real quick. Let me see. I might be able to rebuild the MCP for N8N and then have it work with Claude code to where then I'll give it that N8N MCP. I'll actually give it the scraper for it to be able to use it. We'll open a new one where basically I'm gonna go back into my Docker one because the nice thing about this is that I have all of these resources, like everything of what I'm trying to use for all the MCPs, all the stuff. It's all being hosted in Docker, and it's on my own server that I have over there in the living room. Just because I don't have, I had it over here on my desk, right? Because my desk has like a, since it's a standing desk, it had one of those things to where you're able to have your desk or your desktop move with your entire thing, so that then you don't have like your desktop on the floor, and then you have to get really long extension cables. I tried to do that, but dude, that bitch is heavy. This thing of what I got is heavy as fuck. So let's... Okay, so now that I have that good... yes, proceed. Okay, where's the N8N MCP stuff? I need the documents for that. Does he even start in here? Gumroad, GitHub, right here. Bang! GitHub. So let me... Let me give it all the files and what it needs to know, so that then we can Node.js, download Claude. Okay. Okay. Have in N8N MCP hosted in this Docker instance. Can what's the specific folder? Can you up to date. Figured. And okay, there we go. So it's like, I'll give a little bit more of an explainer on why I'm trying to do all this complicated shit. So the main overarching thing for this is that me getting good with Claude and like AI and using it to assist with what I'm already doing is that it allows me to like almost 10x, 100x my output, because giving this thing a super huge amount of like capabilities, context, a bunch of other shit, this stuff is only going to get better, right? So that's a given right now. This stuff is only going to get better. The more I get adjusted to using this, the better that I can sort of, my understanding grows with the development of this, and I'll actually have the ability to just increase my own knowledge, because as I grow, right, which I'm obviously going to be doing, I'm not just going to like completely outsource my fucking critical thinking. The better that I get at thinking and learning with more experience and everything, that'll then, I'm adding a multiplier on that, right? For speed to just executing, speed to fucking getting these things out, and adding more robust stuff to almost future-proof myself for the rest of the business. Because me implementing this AI stuff, it's not really that early, but it's early enough, and it's early enough to where not everybody's doing it, right? And especially with this super complex things, because a lot of this stuff is kind of being rolled out, not fully there. It's not like super popular, because the popularity of MCPs and all this other stuff, it's not to the point of where it's completely mainstream, right? To where everybody's doing it. Everybody else, dude, they're also doing some very super simple shit. Obviously, do what works, but the amount of things that you can implement and get done, especially with, oh shit, I should give it the fast MCP get. There we go, fast MCP get. Gang. Okay, so okay, I'm just trying to get it to make a very robust plan so it knows exactly what to do. And yeah, more what I'm trying to do, right, is that if you put in enough effort, you can get yourself ahead of the game, and that's kind of what I'm doing. Because what I'm doing, I'm almost comboing two industries, kind of, is that there's all these guys who are doing stuff with software development, software dev stuff for AI. There's a bunch of people on who are doing, you know, AI automation for other people, and I'm kind of just being like, hey, how about I just learn that for myself? Because another thing that I was thinking to pivot, right, is that if I get my agency, not if, but when I get my agency to like $1 million a month, I'll be very much at a point and build, because I'm going to put so much effort into building a bunch of automations, things you can just copy paste and use, a bunch of infrastructure stuff, that then I'll be able to kind of go down the route of teaching other people how to do this stuff. You know what I mean? And then I'll be basically teaching them like how to do things, how to build stuff, and just get to like a very, very good spot. And I mean, even for me trying to get there as fast as possible, you know, I'm trying to get to $1 million a month as fast as I possibly can, and to make money as fast as I possibly can, and also do it in like a very, very future-proof kind of way, and also a new way too. That's what I'm trying to do, you know, trying to be a first mover in this, try to be like really good on this, hopping on the wave of AI, but taking it in a different direction than everybody else. I'm highly going to be, I'm going to go really quick with, how are you planning to use this MCP server? Oh wait, I'm still trying to use this shit and like, you know, do it. Between both modes. complete overhaul. Cool. Yeah, because I'm just trying to like be in a different position where I automate a lot of the things to be super lean and mean with this agency to where then I create almost my own sort of agency model where it's heavily AI adopted with a lot of the things and just super automated. And I know that this is definitely a people business, right? Where you're gonna have to have some higher employees. You're gonna be dealing with clients and stuff, and then doing all of these other things. But there's so much stuff that you can literally automate or assist or get multipliers on for being completely just to have a huge amount of multipliers on, so that then you can have speed. Speed and quality is what I'm looking for. Not trying to go cheap, so that then I'll be the dude to be like, okay, well, if you want this stuff done, I can get it for you for you fast and super high quality. And then I basically can charge a premium for being fast and doing it good. Obviously, it's and then the nice thing about it not being cheap is that it'll really help. It will really help with me being able to charge more because I'm doing something different. Because I don't think I've seen many people be able to do this, at least of what they're doing. Right? Is that there's like a slow pace for these things. That there's like a slow way to do all this stuff. And I mean that's good if you want to drag it out, but I'm looking to just get stuff done really quickly, and then help people make money as quick as I'm trying to, right? And I mean, I'm just gonna be giving another tier, a different way of doing this sort of service stuff, right? Giving a higher quality and a different way to serve people, which I'm really trying to do and make different. But enough yap. I'm gonna continue to work and then get this thing done because I want to. Cloud users build cloud campus. What's this? Claude code for N8N. Whoa. Oh yeah, I could put Claude code in the actual Docker container or the actual LXC container for this, so that then it'd be able to do really well. Oh, context 7? Whoa! Oh yeah, context 7 actually helps with a bunch of shit. Tably MCP, good, premium. Let's do that. Utility. Information retention. Xerix NG, MCP server, web search. Best MCPs for Claude code. Yeah, I'm gonna try to find some lifesaver MCPs. Browser tools playwright on my main list. Super Claude org? What the fuck is this? Oh. Okay. It's actually kind of nice because then I could just take things from here, the MDs, and then set it up. Yeah, plugin commands, agents guide, MCP servers. Wow, it's pretty cool. Quick startup guide, user command, Claude code reads context. Very nice. Install pipex install super Claude install npm bang. Wow, there's a lot of stuff because I'm trying to just make Claude code even more crazy than it already is, and then this is like a structure to literally do that and then make it there, because I think the one thing about is about research that I need, because I wanted to find stuff, because if you try to use the Claude desktop one, yeah, it's pretty good, but I think with this one you can give it multiple other MCP servers to look through, Reddit to look through, a bunch of other shit to get significantly more context, and then be able to for it to use it in a very efficient manner, because the way that we search and we use things is different than the way that, oh fuck, did I not, fuck, I think that this is, I'm trying to think, but yeah, I'm really just trying to get Claude Code to have significantly more capabilities, because all of the other shit on what the basic other things on what they're able to do, they're just a lot of guardrails on the sort of other chat-based models. This Claude Code thing almost is completely just off rip. You can do what you want, and it honestly has. It's honestly better. It literally is. Like, even just regularly using AI, like it understands stuff way better. Okay, I just fixed it from literally it doing something crazy. Okay, but yeah, like I'm the the capabilities of Claude Code is really cool and also really good, and you're just able to structure it just kind of how you want. Like, the flexibility there is huge, and it's really good. And that I just want this stuff to help me and aid me with doing things, because I try to do a bunch of other stuff with, even Claude projects. Claude, I haven't tried Claude skills because that's something brand new. Um, more of like, this is just something that's super 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 in depth and like very technical, to the point of like, if you, it's gonna take a lot of work to understand it, but once you do, you'll be set. Let me, what account was I on to find that guy? Yeah, it was. Which one am I on? Motherfucker. It was... I don't know if I can see my history on this account because it's just like... Nope. Me. Subscriptions. Here. Settings. Let's do that. Playback and performance. Privacy or whatever. Connected apps. Whoa, you can connect a bunch of bullshit to this. Cool. View advanced settings. Nope. Channel status and features. Video, what? Video verification? Man, I really don't just want to give him a photo ID. Man, but build as I grow, I don't want to give them all of my shit. Permissions, whatever. I don't know why the fuck I don't have fucking this shit. Whatever. I mean, it's kind of good that I don't have like any history because I basically can just focus on doing a bunch of other shit and not be like stuck in on YouTube and shit. Yeah, because I literally used to have a very terrible addiction to doom scrolling, and that's not really good. What the dude? Where's my history? I forgot how to look through that. Clear cookies, clear cache. Search engine. Let me sort of take this off a little bit so you guys can't fully see it. You guys can't see this. You guys can't see this. Alright. Oh, motherfucker, what happened? No, 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 no. No, why is it doing that? Let me see if there's anything else that's gonna happen with this bullshit. Let's see if it's just this. Because apparently my Docker thing just wants to shit the bed and not work. Okay, this is still running, so it's good. But this thing decided to shit the bed. Dude, what the fuck is going on, man? Bitch. Sometimes this shit happens, man. Okay, here it is. I found the guy. Okay, I already did this. It's a little bit. Let's see what's up. I don't know why this isn't. Oh, okay. There you go. I think. Get her the fuck up. The fuck? Hmm. Hmm. Fuck. I'm getting some resources all misconstrued and not being used. I need I need to give that thing a little bit more RAM, dude. Let me change the resources here because that's 40. I think the most that this thing needs is like 16 because it never really goes above any of that. So allocating resources. The fuck? Okay, 16384. I don't even think it needs that many cores either. 8 cores. Good enough. This big old bitch right here though needs to have everything else. Needs to have more hardware. It already has 40, so let's add in fuck. Yeah. Yeah, we could add 16 more gigs to that. 16384 plus 40. 4960. Bang. 12. Definitely need to restart this thing because it just like it's just shitting the bed. I don't know if I should split up resources on different things or leave it all on one. Yay, let's check this. Let's see what's up. Wow, this guy went crazy on the fucking thing there. Okay. It should be good now, maybe. Man, I just want this thing to stop going down, bro. Mainly because of the resources, it like just shit the bed because it didn't have enough. So main docker right here, it's off. Now it's back on. Let's see what's up with that. Okay. So that's what that is. Whoa. Motherfucker. Okay, where's the let me pull up the Enidin MCP docs again. Hurry up. Bang. Okay. Very nice. Fuck, dude, that this thing crashing just ruined the flow I had going for it. Yeah, because it was being used absolutely heavily. Oh, the execute. These probably failed then when they ended. Hold up, let's stop. Stop this one. Go back into the workflows. And then yeah, we'll go directly to this. Okay, so this succeeded. This one was canceled. Let me make it inactive first, just because I don't even have everything running right now. We'll restart it so that then this is actually able to query the and then hit up the actual real shit. Okay. Yeah, because I'm just trying to find more stuff to give them. Makes Claude code 10 times better. Let me watch his videos and see what's up with this. Hmm. Whoa. 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 Hmm. Hmm. I'm not trying to watch Asmongold. I need some real shit, dude. Um. Oh, I need to. I'm gonna make one of my eight. I need to give it the API key. I forgot about that. Yeah, I just had to make sure that that you guys don't see the API key because that's like something I don't want you guys to see. Because all I'm trying to do is get this thing to work and then just start building stuff on its own and make this stuff work. Because the nice and funny thing about this is that I can do like two things at once almost when it comes to using this, and it's fucking insane. I think the one thing I want to do though is this super clod kind of thing. Let's go into. Is there a YouTube video on this? I really hope that there is because. Is there a YouTube video? Super Claude. Okay, detailed setup instructions. Let me see if it actually makes the actual N8N thing. Let me show you what I'm doing again, because there's no more there's no more things that I need to be hiding, so I don't like lose access to my shit. Just the API keys are probably the biggest things that are the most detrimental, and then if I lose that, dude, I'm cooked. And then some people could just hack my shit and get in and just absolutely waste all of my resources. I'm gonna make a CP service for agents at .md. Okay, so I have a separate Claude terminal now that I'm gonna use for building out Super Claude. Oh, workflow successfully created? You sure? You sure, buddy? Ah, there you go. It worked. Nice! It did exactly what I told it it needed to do. Wow, it even added... Oh, fuck! You're lying. What? That's kind of cool. Okay, so that worked. Let me think about some other MCPs. This one's paid, so I'm not going to use it. Semgrep. Is it free? I don't know if it's free. So this one's Playwright. Servers. What is this? Oh, the sequential thinking. I think I want to use this. But we'll use the SuperCloud one at least first. Framework. Okay. So. Okay. Analyze this GitHub repo that implementing this to give you these capabilities. Use MCP servers. Do search online. Yeah, to do structured deep research online. On any topic. And what else? Okay, there you go. Very nice. Let me see if he literally shows me how to do this. There you go, yeah. Man, I need to log back in. Fuck. I need to log back into my thing. Is my arc going?
When we're trying to build a serious scalable application. That's why in this video we're going to take a look at SuperCloud, which is a configuration framework that enhances Cloud Code for development. And you can pretty much think of it like a predefined workflow added onto Cloud Code for development. Now, SuperCloud has over 16 essential commands for the most common use case. For example, we have commands for development, for analysis, for QA, or for others, which we'll look more into this in this video. And there's also more than 9 personas that we can choose from for AI specialists. For example, we have architect, who's responsible for the system design and architecture stuff. We also have front-end engineer, back-end engineer, analyzer, security engineer, document writer, and more. So we will explore all of them in this video. Now to get started, make sure you have Cloud Code installed on your local machine. And if you haven't set up Cloud Code, you can check out this video right here where I made a complete guide on how to set this up. All right, so to do so first, I'm just gonna CD into desktop. All right, then after we CD into the SuperCloud, we're just gonna use Python here to install everything. So here we're just gonna copy this, paste it, and run it. Okay, so now you can see that it has met the system requirement. Installation directory already exists, so it's now time to update the existing installation. So we're gonna say yes to this, and here it tells you exactly what it's going to install. So we're just gonna confirm this.
Okay, and I'm kind of just gonna follow this as that thing is doing it. So git clone.
But with that being said, let's open a new terminal and set this up. All right, so to do so first, I'm just gonna CD into desktop. And first thing first, we're just gonna git clone this repository. All right, so once it's done, we're just gonna CD into SuperCloud. All right, then after we CD in,
Man, hurry the fuck up. I think this was the account. My GitHub link account. Yep. Ah, fuck, I need to grab my phone. For the auth. Sometimes what sucks about authentication apps is that you have to like grab your phone, type in the things for all the bullshit. So we shall cut that real quick. Where is it? Where's my GitHub? Dude, am I fucking stupid? LinkedIn, Facebook, where is it at? Is it on... Is it on here? Hmm? What? Hold up. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Let me sign into my thing real quick. Profile. Dude, what the fuck is going on? No. Yeah, I don't know what happened to my OAuth. It's like fucked up right now. No, SSH, password and authentication. Passkey, change password, and one email, verify and confirm your account. Enable two-factor authentication. I guess, what the fuck? The asset. Yep. Okay, I'm a fucking person. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened to my like auth thing. I have to fucking redo it. Which is really annoying. For GitHub. Zero 087. What? The fuck are you talking about? It says invalid type. That's so cap. What? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Redo it, I guess? The fuck are you talking about? Okay, so it worked. I think it's just being gay. Hold up. Let me... Now is it here? Yeah, there you go. There's GitHub. Easy. Download that bitch. Guess I have my recovery codes. Bang. Okay. I think we're good. Wait, what? Bro. Come on, bro. Fuck going on? Oh, what the fuck? Give me the fucking thing to clone, bro. There you go. Finally, motherfucker. Holy. It took fucking forever to do that. Okay. Let's get back into following this tutorial then on YouTube. Okay. Not this one. It was here? Yeah, there you go. We CD. Huh? Stupid bitch. What the fuck? Oh, let's rename this. Bang. Then we go into okay. Let you guys see what I'm doing real quick. Bang. Is there not anything like that in here?
Into the supercloud, we're just gonna use Python here to install everything. So here we're just gonna copy this, paste it, and run it. Okay.
I think I need Python on Mac, dude, because this is fucking annoying. Python 3 version. Is it TAC version? I have Python, you motherfucker. What are you talking about? Fuck it, we'll delete it. Move to trash.
So now you can see.
Okay. Git clone, you get the repo, right? Okay. Then, right, so I do that. Bang. We get it. CD. What's it called? Underscore framework. The W's not capitalized. Then no such file or directory.
the super Claude, we're just gonna use Python here to install everything. So here we're just gonna copy this, paste it, and run it. Okay, so now you can see that it has met the system requirement. Installation directory already exists, so it's now time to update the existing installation. So we're gonna say yes to this, and here and how to set up on your local machine. So if you're interested, check this video. But with that being said, let's open a new terminal and set this up. All right, so to do so, first I'm just gonna cd into desktop, and first thing first, we're just gonna git clone this repository. All right, so once it's done.
I think I cloned the wrong one. Delete. Move to trash. Close a terminal. Open a new terminal. Then we go git clone. ps github.com nomin ak / superclaude .git. Okay, now I think I'll be able to do it.
Done, we're just gonna cd into superclaude. All right, then after we cd into the superclaude, we're just gonna use Python here to install everything. So here we're just gonna copy this, paste it, and run it. Okay, so now you can see that it has met the system requirement.
Okay. Now let's see if we can do it. Bitch, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Dude. What? Okay, now let's retry this shit because this thing's being fucking retarded. No such file or directory, you're lying. You are lying. Dude. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have Cloud Code do it because this is getting retarded.
Requirement,
It's getting so
installation
dumb.
directory already exists, so it's now time to update the existing installation. So we're gonna say yes to this, and here it tells you exactly what it's going to install. So we're just gonna confirm this. All right, so now you can see that SuperCloud installation has completed successfully. Now we can restart our Cloud Code session and be able to use SuperCloud inside of our session. All right, so here you can see I have opened an empty folder in VS Code, and here all I have to do is just type in Claude in a terminal, and now I can be able to start our Cloud Code sessions. So the next thing we're gonna do is make sure that we have these MCP integrations added inside of our Cloud Code. We have our Context 7, which grabs the official libraries and docs from online, and we also have Sequential, which help us with the complex multi-step thinking. Then we also have Magic, which will generate the modern UI components, and then we also have Playwright, which is the browser automation and testing stuff. So these are really core 4 MCP servers we're gonna install. So let's try to integrate them one by one. All right, so to do so, we're just gonna stop the session here. I'm just gonna clear the terminal, and here we're just gonna run Claude MCP add transport for the first one, which is Context 7. So we're just going to add the context 7 first. Then we're also going to add the sequential. Thinking. And then we're also going to install the magic MCP. Alright, so now you can see we have our MCP server all added. So if I were to do Claude again, and if I were to do /MCP, and now you can see that we have total 4 MCP servers added.
That's
And
nice.
all connected. Let's take a look at some commands that SuperCloud offers. So first one, let's take a look at the analyze one to analyze the code projects. So here you can see I have opened the match me code project, and let's try to use SuperCloud instead of a Claude code session. So now we can be able to use the SuperCloud commands, and to do so, we're just going to use / here. Now you can see that for SC, which stands for SuperCloud, and you can see that these are all the commands that we can use for SuperCloud inside of a Claude code session. So in that case, I'm just going to use analyze here, and then here you can see I also specify the flags. So here I'm just going to use the architecture one, which is to analyze the architecture of the system. You can find all the flags inside of the flags.md, and you can see these are all the flags that we can use for planning, for analysis. And then here you can see there's also persona, so you can find all the persona choices in the core folder. So there is
Maybe watch a little bit of stuff from Network Chuck.
If you're still using AI in the browser, you're doing it the slow way. You see, each of these apps has a terminal version, and they make me actually, there's 10. And listen, that's just one of the 7 features it has that keeps me glued to the terminal. Now, Claude Code is not free, but I do have good news. If you already pay for Claude Pro, which starts at like 20 bucks a month, you can log into the terminal with this subscription and use it. So yeah, you don't have to use API keys. And by the way, if you can only pay for one AI subscription, Claude Pro is the one I would choose, especially for the last feature I'm going to show you. Now let's get it installed with one command. We'll copy and paste this bad boy right here, npm install. You get it. Now I already have it installed, it should tell me that. Or ask me to do sudo, it yelled at me again. I'm sorry. And then we'll launch Claude very similarly to Gemini. Just type in Claude in your directory. That's it. It will prompt you to get logged in and then ask permission to access this folder. Yes, of course. Now again, don't be afraid. Ask Claude a question. Like, I need to find a NAS for my house. Here's my budget, what I want to do. Create a report for me. And just like Gemini, it does have some fun little messages for us. It will search the web. It's got this nice TUI, terminal user interface. Oh, whoops, our thinking is off. I can press tab to turn on thinking mode. Now we're thinking. And notice it is security first. Like, it does ask you permission to do most things, and that's good. We can get past that here in a moment. If you're feeling dangerous, I am. So it responds similar to Gemini. And it can also have a context file too. If I run that same command, /init, it will create what's called a claude.md file. Noticing a trend here? And it's doing the same thing, looking through our project, trying to figure out what's what, and creating a context file. And also similar to Gemini, we can do something like /context, which is so crazy. We can see exactly how many tokens we've used, how much we have left, and exactly what's using it. But what's funny, with Claude, that doesn't really matter too much, as long as you know how to use their most powerful feature, agents. Let's make a Claude agent right now. It's really simple. We'll do /agents, just like this. We'll get a terminal menu, and let's create a home lab research expert. And I'll just tell it that. So create a new agent. Notice it'll ask us like where do you want to make it? Because you can have agents that are tied to just this project we're working on, or personal agents that are tied to everything. You can always call them. We'll do just this project. We'll use Claude to make it. We can tell it what we want it to be. It's gonna paste this in here and let it go to work. Notice you can give it access to tools or restrict access. Give it everything. Choose our model. Sonnet's great. Auto color. There's our agent. Press enter to save. And we'll hit escape to get out of that interface. And we just made our first agent, Home Lab Guru. But what's the point of that? Because I kind of feel like we can just ask Claude to do research for us. Because we literally just did that. You're right, but watch this. I'm gonna do a /context once more so we can get our baseline. We've used 85,000 tokens. I'll give it this prompt, and I'm calling it Home Lab Agent. It'll figure it out. I'll have it create a document, and I'll say, make sure you reference the research we made. I can just do an @ symbol and look at the documents in our directory. It's the NASREC folder. There we go, watch. It's gonna use the Home Lab Guru agent. There it is. There's our agent researching for us right now. Now here's why this is amazing. Actually kind of insane. So Claude was like, cool, I've got a task, but it's not for me. I'm gonna delegate this task to one of my employees or one of my coworkers. And this is another Claude instance. Like, it's like a guy sitting over there. He's like, hey, buddy, are you busy? Here's some work to do. He's giving him a fresh set of instructions, and get this, a fresh context window. You saw just now, we have 200,000 tokens in our context window. We use 42% of it. This guy, he's got a fresh 200. That means the conversation we're having right now, me and the main Claude guy, it's protected. It doesn't get too bloated. I can give tasks to other sub-agents and never have to leave this conversation. Claude just delegated this task to a new agent. He's got a fresh pot of coffee. He's ready to go. He just walked into work. And you can create a ton of different agents for different purposes. I use them all the time to protect my context and avoid any kind of weird bias. Like, for example, here's my YouTube outline for this video. I'll normally be working with Claude on an outline like this, and often the context window can get pretty big. Like, this is where I'm at right now. And let's say at this point, I want a comprehensive review of my outline. I have a brutal critic agent. I can just deploy. Hey, I'll just do @ and call him. There it is, agent brutal critic, review my outline. And by the way, this is a fun one. It's designed to just completely roast me according to the framework I have and the scripting goals, and it just deploys it. My conversation is still sane, but I have a new energized employee. Just got a new sub. Coffee in hand, fresh eyes, ready to go. Like, look at him go. And you can run multiple agents like I showed you at the beginning of the segment. Let's go check on our home lab agent. Actually, he's been kind of busy. Oh, he's still going. We're gonna have the best home lab ever. And by the way, we can hit Control-O to see what he's doing. Oh no, I interrupted him. I interrupted. Sorry, keep going. Don't mind me. Actually, let's open up a new window. Jump into our project, which we still have copy project. It's okay. It'll figure it out. Launch Claude in there. He's got his Claude.md file. He knows what's going on. And let's run this prompt. We'll launch our home lab agent to research the best Proxmox servers. At the same time, do a general agent that'll just search for the best pizza place in Dallas, Texas. And then another home lab agent that'll find the best graphics card for gaming right now. And then put it all together in a comprehensive report. Let's go. Now, that's doing its stuff right now, deploying new employees. Over here, I've got the home lab guru working, finding the best network equipment. I feel so powerful right now. This is so fun. Yeah.
Damn, that's actually really solid. I probably, like, I didn't show you guys, but there's like a bunch of shit going on. I mean, I have this working. This is also really good. I also gonna need... What other MCP? Okay, so that's just GitHub. XLabs could fast efficient web context for code agents. Maybe the playwright would be good, because then it could like do a bunch of other shit. Maybe the sequential thinking one. This browse one is crazy. The browser MCP, to where it could do like literally just have AI search for you, which is absolutely insane, I think. But I'm really just trying to use this and orient it so that I'm able to do really good research, do really good shit with, you know, activating stuff, and I'd say that copywriting and then script writing, because this can also help with research, copywriting, script writing, and that'll just be like the main thing on what I want it to do. I don't think that there's anything else. So yeah, really fucking solid. Okay, I'm gonna double check my like workflows to see if see if it's actually going right now. Let's make sure that it's set and working. Okay, there you go. Let's show you what I'm doing right now. Let's make this active, because I know that this little web crawler thing is working well. Maybe let's get it to optimize the CRXNG one. Okay, let me find the CRXNG. Bang. Is this one brand new? When was it updated? 2 days ago. Nice. Okay. Let's take this. Plan mode again. Maybe let's make a completely brand new chat real quick. Bang, proceed. Okay. This is a Docker instance locally hosted on a LXC container in Proxmox. The Docker instance is mainly full of MCP servers and self-hosted services. Yeah, self-hosted services. I need you to, how do you do the at? Where is it? Where is it at? Maybe I could think of separate agents that I can give this thing. Yeah, maybe giving it separate agents. So that then when I have it do all this stuff, it'd be pretty good. And the... Okay. Gonna give it a little bit of things to do. So that worked really well, actually. Memory. Nice. Very, very, very good. Yeah, because what I might do is create different agents to sort of do things, to where there's like the quality assurance one, another one to sort of verify all the code and start doing shit. So that then it'd be really good. And then I'm building out the super Claude functionality. All it is a framework for Claude, so that then it knows what to do, and then to give it proper structure. Because sometimes with this, right, the Claude stuff, it has so much flexibility that you need to give it a direction yourself. And then I'm building stuff. So over here on the right side, I'm building the like functionality for my own personal stuff, because then I use Claude Code. I have it in this for my like actual server for my Docker stuff. Then I have it over here for my own personal things when I want to, you know, use it for a bunch of other shit. Oh shit. That's pretty cool. Yeah, and then maybe create a bunch of sub agents and shit to where I can build something here to where I can make a bunch of agents, like an agent with a few sub agents that allow it to work on. Yeah, to where it's like I have a little agent army that can do said tasks all at once and do it really well, and then to where it deploys it and just starts outsourcing things and then doing kind of what they said about like creating actual proper flows that allow you to get multiple things done, because since there's a big issues with oh, I got a haircut appointment tomorrow, 1-2 p.m. Nice, dude. I'm not gonna look so fucking chopped and homeless. Yeah, dude, cause I haven't had a haircut in like 2 months, bro. Kind of crazy. Yeah, so code 10 times faster.
Anthropic has sparked a wave of innovation with CLI-based agents through Cloud Code, their agentic coder that is redefining how we use AI in the terminal. Cloud Code is an agentic coding tool that lives right in your terminal. It's able to understand your code base and helps you code faster by handling routine tasks. It's quite powerful, which is why many of us rely on it daily to streamline our software development workflows. But what if I told you that you can supercharge Cloud Code, make it 100 times faster, smarter, cheaper, and more extendable? Now, imagine unlocking new features like slash commands or custom personas, and so many other things that would elevate your development stack. Well, this is where I would like to introduce SuperCloud, a modular drop-in framework that fills in the gaps of Cloud Code. SuperCloud is a free developer-friendly framework that enhances Cloud Code with structured tools, customizable workflows, and powerful configurations, all seamlessly integrated. Now, you may wonder right away, what's the difference between Cloud Code versus SuperCloud, and why would you even want to have SuperCloud? Well, the thing is, there's a lot of configurations that aren't seen within Cloud Code that lack its capability or restricted to become one of the best agentic AI tools. For example, with SuperCloud, you have specialized commands, which is where SuperCloud introduces 19 specialized commands that are tailored for development tasks that wouldn't be seen within Cloud Code. For example, you can use a command like analyze code for code analysis or improvement, or there's a couple of other commands like building, estimating, as well as designing. You also have cognitive personas, which is where there's 9 distinct personas that are different sorts of attributes to give to the actual agent, like an architect, a backend, a security, a front end, and all these different personas are going to be used to personalize and customize Cloud Code's behavior for specific roles. It also enables modular configuration, and this is where SuperCloud provides a config.yam file, and this is for fine-tuned customizations, which includes preferred programming languages that you would want to work with, debugging options, and a couple of other things. But essentially, if you were to just use Cloud Code, it wouldn't have these basic configuration options, but SuperCloud's structured and extendable configuration is something that provides these things to make it more usable and more adaptable and extensive. Now, there's a lot of other things that you can see within their GitHub repo, but for me, the 18 or 19 slash commands are the main selling point, which makes it one of the best tools to actually power Cloud Code with. I'll leave this repo in the description below, but now let's actually take a look at how you can get started. First things first, you need to make sure you have Cloud Code installed. To do so, just simply run the npm command to install this within your terminal. So in this case, I'm going to open up WSL, because on Windows, it's only accessible through Linux subsystem. So let's go ahead and paste in this command to install Cloud Code. And once it has been installed, you can simply open it up with the Cloud. Anthropic has sparked a wave of innovation with CLI that directory and the first command and authenticate first. Now, I've already done this, but if you're going to be starting off for the first time, it would ask you if you either have a Cloud subscription or if you want to pay with an API. And you can select between those two options, and once you have selected the one, you're going to be then greeted with this main Cloud Code dashboard. Afterwards, you need to make sure you have Git installed. If you do not have this, I'll leave a link to this in the description below. Once you have Git installed, we're going to be using that to clone this repository. So copy this first command, and you want to paste it within your terminal. Once you have cloned the repository, you can then head over into the SuperCloud directory by typing in cd SuperCloud, and then you can paste this in within your terminal to be in that directory. Then you just need to install supercloud within that directory, and there is a basic installation command that you can send in, which is the install.sh command, or you also have the ability to install it within a custom location. You can update it afterwards if they introduce a new update. There's a dry run as well as skipping confirmation, but I recommend just installing it within Claude. So I simply ran this command within my terminal, and you can see it has now installed supercloud successfully. So I have now opened up Cloud Code, and what I can do is simply use all of these new commands. So if I click slash, there's so many new commands now integrated within Cloud Code. For example, if I want, I can use the analyze command, and this is where I can analyze the code base. And you can see right now that it's able to perform comprehensive code analysis across your overall code base. And you can see that it's able to run these bash commands, these new commands that were integrated, all within SuperCloud. And this is the output that we got from SuperCloud's code analysis. It is talking about the code quality, the bug analysis of whatever it found, the security analysis, and it was able to also make the necessary changes. And in terms of the summary score, it provides us on the status of how healthy our code is. Code quality is 7 out of 10. Security is a little weak, and overall there needs to be improvements made overall for this code base. And this is one of the commands that I was able to input into my code base and get this sort of result thanks to SuperCloud. Now let's try out something new with one of the commands. We're going to use the /build command. This is where I'm going to simply run build/build react persona frontend, and now I'm going to ask it whatever I want to build. So I can say, can you please build a CRM dashboard for me that has many features. And if I'm to send in this prompt with the /build, it's going to be able to now use the cognitive persona, which is the UX front-end builder. Now, what is the difference between these different personas versus something that you can just use within Cloud Code? Well, essentially the main thing is the behavior control, where these are pre-configured personas with specific coding styles and workflows that aren't seen within Cloud Code. This is more abstract, it goes off of its own way, and in this case, this SuperCloud method is more refined and it's more consistent with whatever generation. You can see there's an updated to-do list that is more consistent with whatever generation. You can see there's an updated to-do list that it focuses on, and we're going to be working on having it generate all these components for us. Also, another thing is that SuperCloud provides token efficiency, where there's different modes that make it super easy to work with, and that's essentially one of the main reasons why you would want to use this over just a regular Cloud Code. Plus, you have MCP configurations that could be implemented, like Context 7 to access updated libraries, sequential, magic, as well as Puppeteer. And there we go. Just like that, we have our CRM dashboard fully generated. So if I am to take a look at this, this is where there's functional customer management. All your deals are manageable within this page. Now, it looks a little weird right now because I have it minimized, but you can manage all your tasks as well, all the different analytics, the calendar. You also have it so that there's reports that could be generated, and all this was all accomplished with a single prompt thanks to SuperCloud's new configuration commands. If you like this video and would love to support the channel,
Pretty solid. How to make websites? Let's look at that, because I might want to do it for my own thing and then doing stuff for landing pages, because if I can build landing pages really quickly, that'd also be another thing. Because another part of this is that, like, if I'm able to automate a lot of the parts that go into my own service delivery and make it super quickly and high quality, would be really solid. No, do I have to upgrade? What do I have to upgrade, bro? Please, no. Man. Gotta do some things. Please work, please work, please work. I need this just to function. Work, work, work. Please, please, please. For the love of God. Whew. Please. Okay, good. Everything's resuming. And then the nice thing about this too, I can even have this just continue running in the background, which is really
Here's the
nice.
truth. The reason your generated sites look bad isn't the fault of AI, it's the way you're using it. If you're still going into Claude Code and asking it to build a beautiful website or make it look premium, then you're seriously going to get left behind. Today, I'll show you how to finally leave those boring generic sites behind and reveal 3 powerful methods that completely change how you build websites, plus some tricks to take your work to the next level with the most powerful coding agent available right now. Now, the real power of Claude Code in UI comes from iterating repeatedly. They never tire, making them ideal for continuous refinement. There's a proper framework for effective iteration. It's also really important to use HTML files during initial iterations. They're much easier to modify than fully developed frameworks like Next.js or React apps. For repeated iterations, Claude Code stands out with features like /commands and multiple agent creation capabilities. But to effectively iterate on UI designs, you also need the right visualization tool. This is where superdesign.dev comes in. They call it the cursor for design, and it lives up to that name. It provides an interactive canvas where you can watch your AI agent create and modify UI iterations in real time. Previously, this tool had a significant limitation. We could only use the built-in agent with a Claude API key. You couldn't use your existing cursor or Claude Code subscription. But now, they've solved this problem. You can use their powerful canvas feature and embedded workflow directly with your existing Claude Code subscription while still accessing all the benefits this remarkable tool provides. So first, let me show you how to install SuperDesign and use it with Claude Code. It's a simple extension that works in both Cursor and VS Code. Open your Extensions tab, search for SuperDesign, and install it. Once installed, you'll need to open the canvas view. Press Command plus Shift plus P to open the command palette. Type SuperDesign and select this option from the menu. This canvas view displays all your designs in real time, allowing you to see changes and iterate immediately. You can also change the device types to see how your designs appear on various screens. This is really useful for testing responsive layouts. Now here's how to use the iterative workflow with Claude Code. To use Claude Code, we need to initialize a claude.md file that they've provided. This file will contain all the context and system prompts needed for Claude Code to function like their native agent. Open your command palette again with Command plus Shift plus P. Type SuperDesign and this time select the Initialize SuperDesign option. This creates the claude.md file right in your home directory. Now when you initialize Claude in your current repository, it automatically loads all the context from this file and acts like a system prompt for Claude Code. The file tells Claude it's acting as SuperDesign, a senior front-end engineer. It also includes styling instructions for various libraries, font specifications, color schemes, and additional guidelines. Essentially, it provides all the information that makes SuperDesign an excellent design agent. First, we start with the layout phase for your app. I've asked Claude Code to build the main home screen of an Uber app. I requested 5 iterations. Claude Code updates its task list.
Pretty good.
So the other day, I came across this paper and it gave me an idea of how I may be able to improve Claude Code. Basically, it came out about 10 days ago and it's called Parathinker. And to give you some background context, currently with Claude Code, when you use the word think, then you actually increase the thinking budget of Claude to be about 4,000 tokens. When you use the word megathink or think hard, you increase it to be about 10,000 tokens, the thinking budget. And when you use ultrathink or think harder, then you increase it to 32,000 tokens. I found that in many cases, even when using ultrathink, Claude Code was not able to solve the particular problem that I gave it. And I was like, well, what can I do now? I basically gave it the maximum thinking budget that it has available, and it couldn't solve the problem. And I think this is where this paper comes in helpful. I won't go through the entire thing, I'll give like a brief overview of it. So basically they uncovered a phenomenon that they call tunnel vision, where a model's imperfect initial steps locks it into a suboptimal reasoning path. So in other words, they found the first few tokens often locks a single LLM into a suboptimal path. So more tokens, such as thinking harder, will end up giving diminishing returns. So basically what they found is that training a model to emit several independent reasoning paths, path 1, 2, 3, up until 8 over here, gives a better result than just following like sequential reasoning where you have a single reasoning path. And that's because in each reasoning path, it's following like a different style of reasoning. So for example, you could have a math problem, and one reasoning path would say, can you solve this problem geometrically? And then another reasoning path would say, can you try solving it using this other approach? And basically you'd have a model that's trying to solve a math problem in 8 different ways. And you can see that following a single path, so you have a token budget of 25,000 tokens over here. If it's all given to a single reasoning path, then you get a score of 55.8%. Whereas if you split up those 25,000 tokens, 25,000 divided by 8, across 8 different paths, then you get a much higher score for the same token budget. So I won't read through this entire paper, I'll just go over the results very quickly. Now in this table over here, the original model is DeepSeek R1, a distilled version with 1.5 billion parameters, and another one which has 7 billion parameters instead. And basically sequential majority prefill and also Parathinker over here. Basically, sequential is just doing direct reasoning with the original models. Majority is generating P independent paths and returning a majority answer.
What the
And
fuck is this?
Prefilling is generating P independent paths, combining them all together, and then feeding the full context into the model for summarization. to like come up with a better approach. Now you can see over here for 128,000 tokens, with sequential, we only see 27.4% accuracy. Whereas with majority, with the same amount of tokens, we see a sudden
What
jump
the
of
fuck
about
just
14%.
happened?
And
What
you can
did
see
I
the
just
jump is
click?
pretty consistent across all the cases here. And you can see it's also consistent across all the cases here. As for Parafinca itself, that actually requires you to fine-tune the model, but we can't do that with Opus 4.1
Yeah, what the
or
fuck is
Sonnet 4
this?
because they're not open source models. So the closest thing we can do to actually improve the accuracy of Cloud Code
Serena
is to use
dashboard?
majority instead.
What the
where when we're
what is
solving a
this?
pretty difficult problem, we can have Cloud Code spin up 8, 7, or a couple of different sub-agents that all try
Yeah,
and
what the
tackle that problem.
what was that? What the fuck? Okay, just trying to give, because I made this before. It was like a master document of all of the stuff for my business, right? And what I basically want to do with that is you just want to give something that Claude can like, or any sort of AI can fully understand what you're doing, and then that creates the memory. Obviously, it needs to be a kind of a living document because your company isn't going to stay the same all throughout your entire sort of life, like existence. Like your freaking entire company is going to change. Maybe your offers are going to change, some other things are going to change, and then you just keep it up to date, but you're just giving it the most context you can in order for it to fully understand what you want it to do. Because then if you start just sort of going out into the ether and asking it to basically, hey, handle everything for me, it might go off into a different direction that you don't want it to. I want it to be like staying in one direction that I needed to stay in overall, and not really change, you know? Especially if there's like copywriting stuff, if there's a bunch of other things, like I want it to be able to fully understand shit and then not go crazy, you know? Okay, let me let it continue. Yes. Okay. What's it called again? What the fuck is a word? Oh, when you do a bunch of, not sequential, but sub agents. What is it called?
Instead of one overworked AI, imagine having a whole team of specialized agents working together. Dedicated code reviewers, designers, test writers, documentation agents, all vibing together. So check this out. Join me as we explore Anthropic's new sub-agent workflows that have just been announced. So this is actually perfect for those who are beginners or those who are experienced developers as well. I'm a solo engineer and I'm trying to use AI, and I'm always not in the code all the time. I'm pretty much going to be following this guide to get us started. From what I've been able to see right now is that like these sub-agents can be either called if you tell them like specifically in the chat, or Anthropic as it's going through things, it can figure out that it's saying, oh, I should use a sub-agent for this. Here's one that Ray already has for design review. The other positive is that it actually has its own context window. So what that means is if you have like 200K tokens for a context window, once you reach about 50%, you're starting to get a lot of degradation in your actual outputs. So you want to always either start new chats or start new conversations or try to like separate your concerns. Now,
running it in parallel, that's what I forgot. Okay, so launch 5 agents simultaneously, each tackling a different research area. Reddit, Inform, yep. Then we have competitor analysis. Nice. Transport Studio. Oh yeah, I need to make it. So let me see what MCP servers I have. allow? Dude, what the fuck is this? In IDE, why is this launching when I'm... What the fuck? That's what it is. Give me the context, motherfucker. I need to see where you're at. Alright, whatever. Only build the agents, then I review the work. Motherfucker. No. Okay, start. Bitch, close. Start. Back where we left off. Where we left off. this is HTTP streamable. Double check to see if it did that. So, okay, here's the plan. Agents. Okay. No, keep planning. Create agents. So, before it launches agents, please review. Please. Agent prompts capture what you need. Build out. Basic. Agent prompts for each. I'm trying to see how we're going to structure it for this, because I don't know if I want to have sub-agents or I want to have like multiple other agents all working together, or if it doesn't know if that's the right way to do it. Fuck. I'm doing like way too many things at once, but like just trying to get this stuff to work for the tools. Now we have that's the, I gotta make everything the exact same, so I don't have to just start changing shit and ripping things out. me see if I can use this with Cloud Desktop. 'Cause that'd be pretty solid. Because then I can use this if I want to do things like run, basically just go through my browser for research. Oh, extended thinking, 3 out of 3. Open developer settings, what is this? spark up a little bit of an idea for like my sort of offer things, is that what I can do for my offers is the upsell. I initially had it as like calling it the Q4 domination. I think I'll just have whatever quarter it is to be like Q1 domination, Q2 domination, or whatever for like anyone who, like the first time they get the upsell, that's what I'll do. Just so you know, like marketing things, just to make it a lot simpler. And then also to make a big intrigue, because then if someone hops in on my 7-day thing, it's like the start of Q1, then it's like, oh shit, we're going to be getting you into the Q1 dominations since we've actually got you enough money to fund you throughout these 3 months, and you'll be good. Because the biggest proponent and the biggest thing that people do Okay, so I think I have both of my things done, but yeah, that's basically what I'd be able to do is to explain them. Hey, the biggest proponent for a successful business in really any realm is just to have the flexibility and the cash flow to be able to fund your consistent improvement and to invest back into the business, because you're not going to be able to grow. And the two sort of states that almost everybody's in, doesn't matter what business, is they're either stagnant, losing money, or they're growing. And these two, they're both on a decline. One's just faster than the other. So if you're not here growing, you're down here, right? So that's sort of the area that I want to just get everyone out of, and then just throw them, basically be like, hey man, get the fuck away from this. That is like the last thing you need to be doing, is sort of being in that realm and being in that section of just decline. Worst fucking thing, that's the worst area that any business owner can be in, and then that's how I'll frame it. And then yeah, well, I mean, would it be appropriate to kind of show you what the next steps might look like if you decide to like continue this? And then they're like, yeah, sure. I'd be like, yeah, we do have this sort of Q4 domination thing. I mean, before I get into that though, what sort of goals do you have for maybe the next month, or the next, basically to finish off this quarter? What does that sort of look like for you? And then that's how I'll frame it and structure it for all this shit, to make it really, really easy and simple for anyone to just do this stuff, you know? Okay. Man, I got a decent amount done for this. So, the next thing would be creating the qualification stuff, which shouldn't be too hard. I guess we'll just archive that bullshit on what it made. Outreach. Let's qualification agent. We'll do that. Still connect it. Get rows. And then I think we'll just check here for, not check domain, let's filter it back here to where we make sure that yeah, but this is the kind of thing I wanted to do, right? So this thing right here, where I'm literally doing a lot of the, yeah, looks to where I have these 5 agents running in parallel. Doing these things is probably the best part, just because of the amount of research that it could do for me, you know? That it could do completely for basically handle a lot of stuff, and then do a lot of shit. a lot of the sort of things that this is able to do, it can just basically find me all of the sort of data and then all of the areas and then look for me for the majority of the stuff that then I can be like, okay, now I have a decent in-depth perspective. Now let's sort of one-up that to where then now I'm able to one-up these people, or not one-up these people, but one-up the research that Claude already did for me, which would make it easier, right? So then I put my sort of reference point a little bit higher, and then I can even go through and then double check these resources, probably find some areas and go into different things that it wasn't able to, and then it'll give me some better direction. Yeah, let me see. I don't know why this browser thing isn't working though. Let me double check the cursor implementation here. Oh shit! It works! Nah, you're lying. Nah, that's crazy. Oh, motherfucker, I just... Man. Okay. Let's see something. Let's put it into here, Claude Desktop, right? Let's create a new tab for it to use. Invokes. Let's do this. Just on its own, it's going to be in this. We'll enable it here. Let's probably pin it, just so that then I can use this stuff, right? Connect, bang. So now this is going to be used for the config. Yeah, so that's running. I'm going to go here. Maybe reconnect. Where's the we'll restart Claude. The actual desktop app. We'll restart it. See what it's like. Let's see if it's connected. Open developer settings. So we can close that one out. We'll open a fresh one like this. Bitch, stop. Put yourself away, ho. Okay. So here it is. What's the problem? Oh, this is okay. This one. Setting up. Okay. Nice. Let's close this for now. That too. Save this for now. Oh yeah, I can actually open up these browsers. Let's do this. So set up. Leave you right here. Bang. Fix function. Alright, let's quit Claude and put it back to where it was before. see what's up. See what's going on with everybody. then let it back in. So I'm reading through all this, and then there are some little things that I kind of like. There's obviously just I'm sort of understanding the sentiment and the things of what really everyone's seeing and saying, and like what they're, obviously on what is basically scraped off of it, right? Like I kind of want to get an objective view on what everyone's doing, and then see how I can pivot off of that or do something different. Because there are some nuggets that this thing's actually pivoting off of, which is really good, and that it isn't doing super terrible, you know? Shit, I forgot I was supposed to cut the meat. Alright, okay, I'm gonna take a little break from this just because I need to go cut that because I need fucking food. So yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. Alright, I'm back. At least right now, what I'm gonna do, so I just had to cut all the meat because we actually had a shit ton of skirt steak, so like I needed to cut it so that then my wife can just cook it. But right now, I'm gonna bust open ClickUp, gonna add in more of my stuff when it comes to just random shit, right? So this will be kind of like a side quest. So lead gen scraping. Okay. Claude code side quest. Kinda. Started to use Claude code. Just complete this one on the to-do list, right? Then right now, we need to do the stuff for... Add in a Miro board because that's gonna what I'm gonna do. Either that or just fucking draw it out, like take a picture or something. So I'll just do the subtasks. So which agent was I? Let's do this. Right here. Do this right here. This bitch on the side. Okay, so we'll go directly into here because we have agent 1.3, right? So this is the niche and services research. Research. So this one's already done. So that one's complete. Then what we need is lead gen. So we have qualifications. There we go. Yeah? Yeah, it's in the fridge. In the bowl. Yeah. Go. Yes. No. I already had one. It was 3. Yes. I cut it into decently rectangle shapes to make it easier to cook. And then marinate the other half. Okay? I know, but just marinate the other half, because if you marinate the rest of it... So I need burst box first. Where's it at? 1.2. Let's do 1.4. Let's do 1.4. Let's separate the folder right now. Research. Okay, so that's where all these are going to live. What the fuck? Why is this thing acting a little weird? What the fuck? Bro, this one's cooked. Okay, let's see what we can do. The stuff for innate and so I'm gonna look at the stuff for the innate and MCPs. Let's this guy's talking about. Always like watching these at like 1.75 speed. Everyone
What if I
talks
told you
super
you can use
slow.
Cloud Code to build N8N workflows from scratch without you ever touching the canvas? I just discovered 2 MCP servers that make this possible. I've seen people use Cloud Code for things other than coding, and a very popular use case seems to be generating N8N automations using Cloud Code and MCP server. The MCP server we'll look at is the Playwright MCP server, where agent will then use the browser to create and change your workflows the same way you and I would. Now, of course, you could use Claude Desktop to do all of this as well. You simply configure the MCP servers on Claude Desktop, and you'll be able to follow along. But I will be using Claude Code, and Claude Code will give me access to a few additional features, like maybe saving the workflows in this project folder. First, let's have a look at this N8N MCP server. I will leave a link to these repos in the description of this video, and you can also download all the commands that I use from the description as well. When you scroll down with this repo, look for this full configuration section, and then copy all of this content, and then in your project folder, create a new file and call it .mcp.json, and paste in all of that info. This configuration will work perfectly fine if you're using Linux, Mac, or Windows with WSL. If you're using Windows without WSL, like what I'm doing, you'll have to change the command from npx to cmd, and then under args, add /c followed by npx and n8n mcp. Next, we have to provide the URL to our n8n instance. For instance, if you're running n8n locally, copy the URL and then add it to this file, like so. Just be sure not to include any slashes at the end, and then for the API key, simply go to your settings, then under n8n API, click on create an API key. Let's give it a name like Claude Code. Let's save this, then copy the key and add it to your file. If you are running n8n in the cloud, then it's the exact same process. In fact, I'll be using my cloud instance throughout this video. So I'll go in and copy my URL and add it here, and then I'll create my API key, and that's actually it. We can go ahead and close this file. And now we're ready to use Claude Code. So let's open the terminal and we can run Claude. Claude should tell you that it's automatically picked up that MCP file. So let's just say yes and proceed. I'm just going to add Claude to this top section, so we've got a bit more real estate. Then let's enter /mcp. Now you should see your MCP server with the status of connected. Tell you that it's automatically picked up that MCP file, so let's just say yes and proceed. Copy the key and add it to your file. If you are running n8n in the cloud,
Okay, I need to grab my stuff to let it use the N8N stuff. Settings, developer, I need a remote edit config. Give me the config for this. Thank you. Ooh. Well, let me. Uh-oh. Don't want to be showing you the wrong things. Can't get my freaking auth. Can't let you guys get my auth stuff. Smells like freaking ash. Separate terminal, so I'm able to see what this is. get through the shit and adding the proper config to this. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna have to find out. There you go. Enter new tools. Nice. Nice. Okay, so I got everything.
Let's try that. So Claude Code, we could say something like, use the innate MCP tool to create the following workflow. But before we do that, we need to provide detailed instructions to the agent on how to actually use this MCP server. Now, thankfully, this developer already created this prompt for us. So if we scroll down, we can look at this section called Claude Project Setup. Let's copy this prompt, and then back in our project, let's create a Claude.md file and paste in that prompt. I'll just
Bang.
just going to create a new conversation, set a Claude Code to call in these instructions, and let's give this a spin. Let's say, please create a new innate workflow. I want to create a simple chatbot with the following. And let's say, use OpenAI as the LLM provider, and set the model to GPT-5 mini. Also assign a simple memory node, and finally add the SERP API node to the agent. Okay, I think that's good enough. Let's run this and see what we get. Alright, so the agent finished, and if we have a look, it effectively generated this JSON structure, which is not necessarily what we want. Also, if I refresh my innate instance, I don't see the new chatbot either. So let's ask the agent, please can you create a workflow in my actual innate instance? And the agent is saying that it was able to connect to the innate API, that's on my actual instance, and now it's busy creating the workflow. Alright, it's saying the workflow was successfully created and validated. And if we switch back and refresh, we can see that new workflow showing up. So let's have a look at it. And this workflow is actually really messy and not at all what I want. It sort of used OpenAI and then loosely connected a bunch of nodes that don't really make a lot of sense. So here's the issue. You actually need to be very specific upfront to get the best out of this MCP server. So to help you with that, I've actually rewritten this prompt to give you even better results. So I'm going to replace this prompt with my new one. And as a reminder, you can get this prompt for free in the description of my video. And let's go back to Claude Code. I'm just going to start a new conversation. So all these instructions built in, and I'm going to run the exact same prompt again. And now this agent is doing something slightly different to the default prompt. So it's proposing a workflow, but it's also asking our feedback. So what kind of trigger type do we want? Do we have a chat trigger, a manual trigger, a webhook, etc.? It's also asking us about the model. Like you mentioned, GPT-5 mini, but did you actually need GPT-4 only? And that's because GPT-5 mini was introduced after Claude Code was trained. So let's respond by saying, use a chat trigger node, and yes, use GPT-5 mini as a model.
Okay, so. Okay,
was recently introduced. And for the memory, let's say use the simple memory node. Alright, I think that's good enough. Let's save this and let's see what our agent comes back with. What's also different is after the agent created the workflow, you can actually go to this workflows folder and see the workflow over here. So if you wanted to, you could manually import the workflow into NetApp as well. Now at this stage, if I go back to the dashboard, I don't see that workflow yet. That's because it's only created the workflow within this workflows folder. Let's ask it, please create the workflow in my actual NetApp instance. Alright, let's have a look. Alright, we now have this new workflow, and this is already way better than what we got with the default prompt. I just have to move a few nodes around, but everything is there. Let's also open up this OpenAI node just to select our credentials, and I'll just do the same thing with the Surf API node, only selecting the credentials, and that's actually it. Let's test this workflow, so let's say hey, and we get our response back. And if we have a look at our chat model node, GPT-5 Mini was indeed selected. We can also use the server to make changes to the workflow. So let's do something basic. Let's say we want to change the system message of the agent. Let's say, please change the system message of the agent to your name is Luna, a friendly customer support agent. Cool, let's send this, and that was really quick. It took less than like 5 seconds. Okay, let's go back to our project, refresh this, and
This is an example workflow pattern you can follow anytime you want to load data into a spreadsheet, Google Sheets or Airtable, one of your database like this. The general pattern is you have some data from your workflow. In this case, we're using a function to manipulate.
Alright, so editing is super cool, and the kind of motivations that you get using editing is even more. But the thing is that if you want to create
and then let's go to our agent, and indeed the system of this video, and hopefully you saw that it produces way better results. Next, we'll give our agent access to the Playwright MCP server, and it will then create the workflows using the browser the same way you and I would. And I must tell you, it's actually super cool sitting back and watching the agent interact with the browser. Now you might be wondering where I'm hosting my NetApp instances. NetApp offers a cloud solution that you can sign up for at about 20 euros per month, which allows you to deploy $NetApp per month for KMV2, which is what I personally use. So I click on choose plan, and then you can change it. been selected. And so they can fit MCP server. Scrolling down, you can simply copy this configuration. Then let's create a new file called .mcp.json. And let's add our configuration. And believe it or not, that's actually all we have to do. Check this out. Let's open up a new Claude instance. I'll just say yes, proceed. And let's add it to the top. And let's actually add a Claude.md file. And in here, I'm just going to say your role is to create and manage N8N workflows using the Playwright MCP server. The N8N instance can be located at the link to my N8N instance. Whenever you require login credentials, please ask for the user's assistance. Cool. Now let's close this. I'm going to start a new chat so that these rules get pulled in. And let's say, please create a new workflow with the following. I'll try to be a bit more specific here. Let's say, use a chat trigger node, use an agent node, use OpenAI as the LLM provider, and use GPT-5 Mini as the model. Then, actually, let's just do that for now. We can make changes as we go along. Let's press enter. Now this is awesome. We can see a new browser window has opened up, and our agent is trying to access N8N. Of course, it's now stuck at this login page, and the agent is asking us to sign in, or to provide our email and password. Now personally, I'm not going to share my email and password with Claude Code, so I'll just enter it in the browser. And that's done. All I did was I entered the username and password and signed in. So I'll just tell the agent I have signed in, please continue. Right, let's go back to the browser and let's see what happens. Alright, the agent actually created a new workflow, and in fact I'm actually going to put these two side by side so we can see what the agent is doing in the terminal and in the browser. Right, so it seems like it's not trying to add the agent node, and that's cool. It was actually able to pull up the node menu, so let's see if it's able to find that AI agent node, which it actually did. Alright, so the next step is it's trying to configure the OpenAI node, so we can see it actually found the OpenAI node, and now it's trying to find our model, and it decided to use GPT-4 Mini. We'll try and fix it after this. And so far this is looking very good. Let's request a few changes, like please add a simple memory node to the agent, and also add web search by adding the Search API tool to the agent as well. Cool, let's send this, and sit back and have coffee, and watch what the agent is doing. Cool, it was able to add a simple memory node, so now it's trying to add the Search API tool. Let's see how that goes. Let's have a look. So we've got our AI agent node, we're still using GPT-4 Mini, so we can also agent change that. Please change the model to GPT-5 Mini. This model was introduced recently. Alright, let's open up the OpenAI node, let's click on the drop down, and it's selected GPT-5 Mini. Also, I'm proactively going to send another message like, please could you rename the workflow with a suitable name. Also, test the workflow to ensure the chat bot is working. Memory is working and that web search is working. And and let's send this. I do want to mention that this server uses a lot of tokens, so I probably won't use it to build entire workflows every time. But what it's very useful for is actually testing your existing workflows. As you saw here, I gave a very specific prompt to test the chatbot, test the memory, and to test web search. So what this agent will do is actually open up the chat window and start interacting with the agent. This is actually a brilliant solution for automating your workflow testing. So as we can see, our agent actually sends a message to this chatbot, and we do get a response back. I find it super interesting to see how these agents are actually chatting to each other and running tests. I hope you find this video interesting. If you did, hit the like button and
Skills? What is this?
Did you know that you can use cloud skills from right within something like anything? Most people don't know it's possible, and those who do know it's possible might look at the documentation and decide it's way too complicated. But once you put all the different puzzle pieces together, which we've done for you in this video, it's actually pretty straightforward. I'm going to walk you through how to connect cloud skills to anything, how to create those skills by
Hey, what's going on everybody? Brandon Charleston here, coming at you with another quick tutorial. It's been a hot minute since I've released a recent YouTube video, but I'll be definitely posting a lot more frequently, and I just appreciate you guys subscribing and all the feedback and things like that. It really helps the channel, helps me out, and I just love contributing to you guys. Just make it work too. Makes me call it. We go over the API. Yeah, Knox, usually when I give it a good look, read through how it's structured, some of their endpoints, and then basically, like with their V1, it was obviously rolled out quite a bit ago, but V2 is just much better. So I think it's over here, and they definitely work hard on that. And so some things that you want to consider, obviously, is poking around to the different endpoints, the things that you can do. Obviously, there's things like create account, list account, get account, and then these are the requests, or the method, if you will, which a lot of it's going to be posted yet. Those are the two most popular ones. Of course, there's other ones like delete and add and patch and all sorts of things like that. If you're not familiar with API docs, definitely encourage you. There's plenty of channels out there. I have one as well, a video where we talk about calls and making API calls. Really, it's kind of like throwing a football with a friend. You basically throw a football. They are essentially webhook, but they're going to receive that ball or that data, right? They're doing, you are doing a post request, meaning you're throwing some data at somebody, and they're doing, well, they're essentially catching the webhook, right? And if they want to make a request saying, hey, give me that football, they're doing what we call a get request, right? So in terms of data and API is what connects the dots for anything in the internet. So essentially when an API or a public API is released, that basically means on the back end that you can customize to your parts of it. So anyway, the area that we are going to go into, which I found to be a lot of fun, I'm going to definitely show you some areas. It's a bit tricky to figure out, but hopefully you guys can get some good learnings out of this and show you and build it out and show you some new ideas. So we are going to look into the campaign. So you see this endpoint right here, we have create campaign. And this one endpoint is powerful because you can see right here, there's one endpoint right here. All the rest of them are powerful too. One of them is created for you that you need to understand how to use so that you can use it to its best, right? So essentially what we have is all typical. We have campaign schedule. We have value, which is pretty much like a positive value for our side. We have these evergreen false, which is really true or false, right? And so we have typical things that, and the thing is, you're going to want to be pretty aware of the different body and structure, things like that, when it comes to painting it, these sort of things. So obviously, even this endpoint is pretty robust. There's a lot of different payload that you can do. So there's other ones too that I want to build out when it comes to customizations. But for now, you can see right here, this is a very simple. It looks to be an easy agent. It actually is pretty easy in my opinion. We'll dive into how it's structured. So just to prove that it works, essentially the overarching thing that I'm trying to do here is to be able to easily create a campaign without doing sort of front end clicks and things like that. So in the spirit of Valentine's Day being tomorrow, I'm just going to say create a campaign with tomorrow's date title and also add Valentine's Day message. We're going to say in the email, let's have the subject. Should say a first name, sun, flowers, and I. Cheers. And then we're going to say, let's have it say, Friday and Saturday. Sunday, weekend. Let's have it set, and then we'll do from 9 a.m. to, let's say 5 p.m. And then, we'll just let it roll from there. So you can see the agent is thinking, and then it's going to use the create campaign tool, which you can see is a green check. That's good stuff. And then we're going to get node execute successfully. So if I didn't already mention it, this is actually ending-end. It's one of my favorite platforms aside from Clay. That you can do all sorts of different types of automations. Ending-end it allows you to create chatbots and a lot of different, pretty substantial creative workflows. So anything back-end ops-wise, it doesn't require a sheet. You want infinite loops, things like that. In terms of see right here, campaign was created, and then the schedule, and the default, things like that. And another thing you'll notice is when I said first name, it actually knew that because I created the system from right as context works. And then you'll see right there. So if we hop over instantly, we just do a refresh, and then you see right there. Oh, right. So we're gonna go into sequences. You can see there's a first name, and it's all properly formatted. There's new line stuff going on. You know, basically it's there. Preview. We're ready to go. Oh, go ahead and check your schedule. Saturday, 5. Right. Now I went to the leads of the API, so basically enable and disable best practice ones like text, things like that. But it is definitely worth validating everything that you want to do, like open tracking disabled, by the way. And then just assigning the different settings, that you find appropriate for your particular outreach. And then from there, yeah, you upload your list of leads, or you do the lead finder, or however you want to do that. But yeah, this is your starting point. You can see I did that all right from the prompt, and just know what I need to do, right? So let's go ahead and dive into how this agent actually technically works. And so that way you can actually make it a lot more custom for you guys, build on it, that sort of thing. And again, this is just one tool that's calling with just the one endpoint. So obviously there's a number of different ones, which I intend to definitely build out for our agency and for the clients that we work with. And so if you're interested in working with me, my team, definitely reach out. We can definitely help you out with that and see what we can do. So that said, anything that you do in any sort of automation, there's going to be two things. There's going to be a trigger and an action. And think about it, everything in this world revolves around triggers and actions. If you're hungry, that's a trigger. If I'm starving,
In this video, you're going to learn exactly how to build a lead researching AI agent here on internet. So we're going to know exactly if they've been interested in your types of services before, or if they need your services. This agent will be capable of scoring the lead as well based on your specific criteria, and then depending on the quality of the lead, we'll notify our team via Slack if it's a lead which you think will. Moving right into it, this is NNN, and this is the multi-AI agent lead research on the system. So you see this with 4 different parts to the system. Initially, we put an AI interest search engine
fucking insane. This one looks so stupid. Fuck, man. Why is it opening the wrong thing, dude? Come on. I never opened Adobe After Effects before. Fucking insane. Come on, dude. Force put it for now because I don't have. Dude, I don't give a fuck. Just leave it on. Don't tell me that. Nice, I get to really look at this thing now. Holy shit. insane. Let's try inside agency setup page. This dude's presentation video is crazy as shit.
It's going to generate it for you, and then send over to Instagram. So this is a great powerful tool. Please stick to the end. I'm going to show you a demo. I'm going to give you some explanation, cost analysis for free. The additional about the engine. So here we have my table. This is our front end of the engine. So this is where everything is happening. This
Yeah, that one is kind of crazy. Wait, I was on some shorts. I'm gonna patch it off. Let me see how I'm gonna do this. High level developer account. Should have that. Let me see. Oh, yes, sir. What's up, dude? Yeah, I'm chilling right now. I'm doing a bunch of really crazy code automation shit right now. Hide this stuff before I start leaking a bunch of shit, not gonna lie. Okay. Exactly. Let me know if you're in the community or not. shit, dude. Just had to do a bunch of bullshit. Motherfucker. Bam, 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 bam. So there's 4 extra spaces in there. That's gonna be retarded. Please let me connect my account. Please let me connect it. Shit, man. This is getting really annoying. That's pretty cool. Default webhook URL, external authentication. Can't really show a lot of this. My bad. see if this bitch is gonna work, 'cause, dude. Fuck. It's literally taking forever.
which might sound insane, but I want to kind of explore that idea and kind of explain why. And you know, something that like I've been doing recently is doubling down in my company and building lots of infrastructure, lots of systems, making lots of hires, and trying to build like a ton of infrastructure. And the thing about info businesses, the thing about agency businesses, is obviously they're cash flow profit machines. The problem is these info businesses, like once you get to a certain like 1.5, 2 mil a month or 3 mil a month and get to that sort of multi-eight figure mark, the amount your business has to basically, the complexity of your business has to kind of like triple. And this is what I found about like scaling my info business from like 800k a month, and I'm working on it now trying to get to like 1.5, 2 mil a month, right? The thing that I've realized is the amount of infrastructure required to make that leap is very insane. It's very severe. Like you need to start looking at like some of the things recently that I've been having to build in my company to make this happen. You have to build like triage teams, and you have to build like call triaging teams. You have to build like very advanced like ad setting teams and like application grading teams as well. You need to build proper like client success manager teams, and you have like client success directing teams and stuff like that. You also need to build marketing teams. Like you need to have a CMO, like you need to have like a proper media buying suite, like a creative person, like video editing people. You need to have like a proper brand team. You need to have a proper sales management structure. You need to have like sales operations. Then you need to have a CRM structure as well, and someone to build that. Then you need like a COO effectively. You also then need to like manage your finances way better. Like the amount of infrastructure required to go from 8 figures to multi-8 figures is huge compared to going from 0 to 8 figures. And like it's mental like how much you actually have to build, and it's fine because I'm here for it and I'm here to do it. But the thing about infrastructure and the thing about all these teams and the thing about all of these systems is you've got all these softwares that you've got to purchase, right? You've got like I'm talking like CRMs, advanced calendar scheduling softwares, like your Zap bill goes through the roof, your Hyros bill goes through the roof. Like the thing about all this infrastructure is you need people and you need softwares, and they cost a lot of money. And so what happens, and this is why most people never make it to the multi-eight figure mark. It's why you can probably count on 2 hands or maybe even 1 hand how many people in the info space have actually got to multi-eight figures, like actually got to like 2-3 mil a month. Like there's honestly like maybe like 5 or 6 of them, right, that I know of, at least maybe like 10 max. And the reason why that happens is because to get to the multi-eight figure promised land, you have to be willing to make very little profit for a significant period of time. Because think about it like this, let me explain the sort of thinking process here. So when I lived in Dubai, I was making like 800k a month, 900k a month, right? 8-figure level. We were making like literally 400-500k a month profit. It was insane, like absolutely ridiculous, right? And so like I was in Dubai, I wasn't paying tax, so I was like banking all this tax-free cash. Like we made like huge millions and millions of money in tax-free cash. It was amazing. I then realized that like in order for me to get to the next level, to feel that constant, because I've got this constant need for expansion. So in order for me to get to that next level, basically I was like, right, if I want to get to like 1.5, 2 million a month, I want to double the business here, which is kind of what we did. We doubled our business pretty much every single year for like 4 years straight. So we from first year from like 0 to like 100k a month, and second year like 250k a month, and third year like 500k a month, and it's like nearly $1 million a month. And this is the first year in company history where we haven't doubled the business. And the reason behind that is because I sat on profit way too long. And basically because I was in Dubai, I wasn't paying tax, I wasn't like, I was just living this insane lifestyle, like tax-free and everything. Like, I didn't want to give up those good profit months. And so what I would do is I just bank the profit, I wouldn't reinvest it. And so what we've done intentionally for pretty much 9 months now, maybe even like a year, is not care about profit. And this is why I moved from Dubai, because when you move to Dubai, you care a lot about your profit, and it stops you from building big things in the future, because it becomes about you feeling safe and like keeping all this money for yourself. So I moved back to the UK and I was like, right, I'm paying profit tax now. And ever since I made that move, I became way more willing to invest in infrastructure, invest in software, invest in people. And obviously, like, the thing about spending money is you only want to spend money if you know it's going to return money. And so everything that we've invested in, like everything we've taken a profit hit on, has been with the intention of building infrastructure to scale and grow. And so, like, you know, for example, like we had to hire a chief marketing officer. It's like another like 15k a month. Then we've got to build out a client success team, which is like another like 15, 20k a month. Then you've got to hire like a sales manager, another like 15, 20k a month. Then you've got to have like like the calendar software, the scheduling software we're about to use is another 20k. Like, you know, the Zap bill we have, the hire, like all of these things, like your expenses become insane because it's like, and what happens is your margins shrink. But this is the thing. This is the cool thing about these businesses, and this is the cool thing about InfoScale, is your margins will shrink in the short term, but all of your costs become fixed. And so what you need to basically do is all the money you spend should be for one of two reasons: either to get more customers or increase the lifetime value of your existing customers. Because those are the only two ways that we can get a return on investment in the info space. Now, obviously, like there's going to be law shit and operations shit that doesn't have direct ROI, but you need that to run the company legally and properly and profitably. But really, every single dollar that I've spent over the last year on my company, like the reason that our profit months are lower is A, because we're trying to get, like, we're building infrastructure to get more customers, and B, we're building infrastructure to make more money from our customers. And so the cool thing is what you can do is you can eventually have like fixed costs, and once it all pays off, which we're basically starting to see that happen now, really after, honestly, like we've been doing this like 9 months of like, you get used to making like hundreds of thousands of dollars a month in pure profit, especially tax-free, and then you have to go to this state where you're not making anywhere near that because you're spending it all on infrastructure of the company. It's different if you're being an idiot and spending it on cars and lifestyle and stuff, but when it's going into like back into the business, like it actually makes considerable sense, right? And so like we're now spending, for example, like 200k a month on ads, and like before, like we were like, oh, we don't need to do that, but now we've got all this infrastructure, you have to feed it, right? And so basically the point I'm making is like profit is like great and everything, and these businesses, info businesses, should be run for profit, but there comes a very critical point in every info entrepreneur's career, and you can see it really clearly in people's YouTube videos, you can see it in their personal brands and stuff, on where their priorities lie. Neither's right or wrong, it just depends on what you want. You've got some guys that they just want to get rich and they want to stay rich, and then you've got the lunatic risk takers. And so you've got the guys that make like, you know, a couple $100,000 worth of profit, and they make a couple $100,000, like, you know, even a year being insane, but they make a couple of million a year profit, right? They buy real estate for themselves personally, they invest, and they want to build their own personal pot, and that makes sense. They just want to get rich and like, you know, have the cars and the lifestyle, which is absolutely fine, and like honestly credit to them, because I envy sometimes that people can just do that, right? But then you've got people like myself who have this constant obsessive need to feel expansion, at least commercially, and to feel growth, and those are the people that will basically take everything they make and reinvest it, and they'll spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on ads and trying to find what works and funnels, and then they're building like my team to do this thing has literally like doubled. My ad spend's doubled, all my software costs have doubled, like all my infrastructure costs has just skyrocketed. I'm gonna need an office, like all these things are like but this is the thing, is it's the only way to experience that next level of growth and to play at that higher level. And the cool thing is you can still run a very, very, very profitable info business at the multi-8 figure mark. But for example, I was talking to someone who I know quite closely in the space, and he makes like, I think like 2.5 mil a month in the info space, and he's got whole infrastructure, all this stuff, and he's someone that I'm like modeling off, and I've learned a lot from him. And I asked him directly, we had a one-on-one call, and I asked him, I was like, if you didn't have your back-end products, and if you didn't have the infrastructure to support upsells and stuff, would you be profitable? And he laughed, he was like, no, I'd lose so much money. And like, the point is that like, it's all about the back-end, it's all about the infrastructure in the back-end to get people to buy again, but then in order to do that, you need client success teams, you need done for you solutions, you need like, and it's a whole thing. And so basically the point I'm making here is you will hit this point where you get to decide, like, do you want to just keep running this business, selling like 1 or 2 products and having a very lean team, trying to do it organically, and just basically like making, like, just limiting your growth, but like making a few mil a year in profit, which is a very noble goal and it's still an insane thing to do correctly, right? Or do you want to push on to that 2 mil, 3 mil a month and build like something like, it's like you're building a fucking corporation. Like you need like 40, 50 man teams, you need like you need like in-person shit. Like it gets crazy, and like it's been building that out has been very stressful, and you start to actually learn how to do a business properly. You start to actually learn like how to run a real company. And I'm not saying that like info companies aren't real companies, but my point here is like I see like the info space in this game as a sandbox. It's risk-free. You're not going to lose any money. Like you're not going to get sued. Like you can basically play for free, and all the like info business it's a serious business, a real bit, but it's not really like you're not going to build like make $1 billion thing out of it unless you're like Tony Robbins or Grant Cardone. But even then, those guys, whatever, it doesn't matter, right? So in this space, your business is like a sandbox. Like you're able to take insane risks, learn mental skills. Like the amount I've learned more, I've become a better entrepreneur. Even though my profit margin's gone down because I'm intentionally investing, I've become a better entrepreneur in the last year than I did in the previous 10 combined. And that's because I'm actually doing like the investing thing now. And I'm learning how to build all these teams. I'm learning how to build all this infrastructure. I'm learning how to for example, I'll give you an example. We have, I think, 35 individual spreadsheets for tracking sales alone. Like we've got on our sales operations team, we've got three or four people, and their entire job is basically team management. But more importantly, we've got an entire like person dedicated to sales data, and we pay him like a proper salary, and he's like incentivized accordingly. Like, and it's like you don't need that if you're just running like a 5-man, 6-man sales team. But if you want to get to the point where you've got like 12, 15 reps, and they're all doing upsells, and they've got like you've got the CRM that's managed. It's chaos, but it's fine. But you just have to know that I'm just making this video to kind of explain like my philosophy on it. It's like I know that I can get to $1 million a month profit, but in order to do that, I need to be at like 2.5 million a month revenue, right? So your margin's going to be like 40% or 33%, and you can still get to $1 million a month profit. Like that's the goal. But maybe even 2 million a month, 50% margins. But the infrastructure has to be really tight. And it's just really interesting because like I know that even though that I'm not making as much money as I was in terms of profit, like we're still there revenue-wise, and that makes sense. The business hasn't shrunk. We're just spending more on infrastructure and ads and like marketing and team and stuff. And I know that even though in the short term profit's taken a hit, the long term, like I'm going to be in this game for like 60 years, the business game, right? I'm going to be playing the entrepreneurship game for like 60 years. I'm not even like 15% of my way through my entrepreneurial journey yet. And I know that by using this business, like what I'm doing is using this business as a sandbox, as a playground to learn so many skills. And to like you just, because here's the thing is when you start spending like 200 grand a month on ads, and you start spending 200 grand a month on infrastructure and another 100 grand on team and like you have to start running events and stuff, like you become fucking ruthless, because suddenly like you're actually playing risk. It's like you're playing to like there's something to lose here now, and the skills you develop and the sharpness of your entrepreneurial talent just tenfold increases. Like you just become like this different human. Yeah, it's interesting, and I wanted to kind of explain it because a lot of people don't see it. So yeah, subscribe and